Mother is the territory of the Huron-Wendat First Nations, the Seneca, the Mississaugas of the Credit River, the Mississaugas of Skuulon Island First Nation, Haudenosaunee. The territory was one spoon, long between the Iroquois Confederacy and the Ojibwe, and allied nations to peacefully share their resources around their lands. We Indigenous land title as set up in the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which envisioned self-determination. The Truth and Reconciliation Report and calls to action recommend that all governments implement Indigenous rights in the original spirit of the treaties. Indigenous peoples and allies for reconciliation view the treaties as a sacred obligation that commits both parties to maintain respectful relationships, share resources equitably. Today, Toronto is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island. We are grateful, honored, and humbled to have the opportunity to live and work in the city on this territory we call Turtle Island. She, Miigwech, Niagwawa, merci, thank you. I would now like to introduce Jennefer. Jennefer is a community support worker here at St. Michael's Hospital. She's also a member of the Indigenous Community Advisory Panel and a member of the Mental Health and Addictions Advisory Panel for the Toronto Police Services Board. We are so thankful that she will be open hearing.
Hello, good morning. Welcome everyone today to the Provincial Human Services and Justice Coordinating Committee's Housing and Justice Forum, hosted here at the Leakashing Building Institute, at St. Michael's Hospital. My name is Jennefer Simo, and I am an Indigenous community support worker here at St. Mike's in the emergency department. My spirit name is Wavy Benas Way. In English, this translates to white woman with the soaring white eagle. My ancestors are Ojibwe Métis Cree. They come from the Thunder Bay area and Pic-Mobert Reserve. I am honored to be here today to aid in the opening land acknowledgement ceremony for this forum. I will be giving smoke or smudging, and you are invited to participate if you would like. When we smudge, we take smoke into ourselves as a way to purify the body, the aura, and energy, as well as for healing and centering our energies. I've also brought tobacco ties. Tobacco ties are a way to say a prayer and give thanks to the Creator. It is an offering to the Creator for taking the time to hear our prayer and to say thank you for helping us with our prayer. You hold the tobacco tie in your hand while you say your prayer, and then return the tie to the plates I have provided. I will collect them in the end, and they will be burned in a sacred fire to send them back to the Creator and to give thanks to the Creator and our ancestors that we have called here today to take part in the land acknowledgement ceremony. Excuse me. The sacred land on which St. Michael's Hospital operates has been a site of human activity for well over 10,000 years. This land is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, commonly referred to as the Iroquois Confederacy, which was originally comprised of the 5 nations, the Seneca, Cayuga, Onondaga, Mohawk, and the Tuscarora. The Huron-Wendat nations, the Métis, the Inuit, and the Williams Treaties First Nation, and is now home to many diverse First Nations. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. This territory was the subject of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Iroquois Confederacy and the Ojibwe and allied nations to peaceably share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We take a moment to acknowledge the land this hospital is situated upon, to give thanks for the ability to learn and work on their traditional lands, and to recognize the enduring presence of Aboriginal peoples on this land, who since time immemorial have hunted, fished, gathered, and taken care of these lands. We give thanks, appreciation, and respect for all in creation, including our ancestors, our communities, our clans, allied nations, the earth, the air, the water, and the fire. Our Mother Earth has provided and continues to provide for us the necessities we need for survival. These actions calls us to commit to continue to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit as well. By taking part in the land acknowledgement ceremony, you are taking part in the act of reconciliation and honoring the land and Indigenous heritage. Reconciliation is about repairing and remediating old relationships, developing new connections, and ensuring these are nurtured on an ongoing basis from a place of truth and respect. While truth and reconciliation will take time and significant effort, land acknowledgement ceremonies are a small yet important way to show respect and acknowledge the presence of Indigenous peoples, past and present. I thank you for this opportunity, and I pray the work being done here today will provide opportunities for promising practices and improvements with housing supports for individuals with mental health, addictions, and other complex needs who are involved in the justice system. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Miigwech to all my relations. Uzu, miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. So I'm going to start with the smudging. If you want to participate, you're welcome to. Okay.
Well, Ellen, welcome us all here today. My name is Katie Almond, and I am the co-chair of the Provincial HSJCC. For many years, the provision of supportive housing for justice-involved Ontarians has been a key priority for Provincial HSJCC, and we are delighted to bring so many talented and passionate professionals from across the human services sectors here today.
I would like to provide a little background as to how we all got here. As we've mentioned, Katie and I co-chair the Provincial HSJCC, one part of a wider HSJCC network. The network is an intersectorial, interministerial collaborative consisting of over 1,600 professionals from across the human service and justice fields, including police officers, crown attorneys, legal aid duty counsel, social service and housing agencies, and large spectrum of health care providers from hospitals and community-based settings. We meet at tables across the province to find solutions for specialized groups of clients who are or who are at risk of becoming criminalized. Many of our clients have complex needs, including those with mental health or addiction issues, developmental disabilities, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, or acquired brain injuries. Members of the HSJCC network have long understood the critical importance that supportive housing provides our clients and the role it plays in reducing their criminalization.
This understanding is what brings us all here today. The Provincial HSJCC has prioritized the provision of effective housing for its clients and has organized this forum to highlight client experiences, innovative research, promising practices, and paths forward for improvement. In addition to hearing from an array of experts throughout the day, you'll have the opportunity to contribute your expertise and experience as well. We thank you for joining us, and we are delighted that you'll be part of this journey. We would also like to extend a special thank you to our government partners who have supported us in this and all our work at the Provincial HSJCC, the Provincial Ministry of the Attorney General, Solicitor General, Children, Community and Social Services, as well as the Ministry of Health. We are very pleased that representatives from our partner ministries are here today, especially the Mental Health and Addictions Programs branch from the Ministry of Health, who will be leading a discussion with us later on today. A special thank you also to the staff of Unity Health Toronto and St. Michael's Hospital for hosting all of us here today. And because they never give themselves credit, I also want to thank the following people for their hard work, those from the HSJCC Secretariat who made this day possible: Candice Vena, Tasha Rennie, Joseph Samuel, Christine Conrad, and Zahir Din, and Adam Sharp and Camille Kenwell as well, from the Canadian Mental Health Association Ontario. Without their organization, their abilities, and their incredible patience, we would never get anything done. Shout out to Upala as well, who leads the pack.
And I have the pleasure of introducing Upala Chandrasekera. Upala is a social worker with over 15 years of work experience in the health sector, ranging from frontline work, assisting individuals and families with mental health and addiction issues, to supporting mental health programming province-wide. and implementing the national strategy to address mental health across Canada. Currently, Upala is the Director of Public Policy at the Canadian Mental Health Association, Ontario. She provides strategic policy advice at the Provincial HSJCC and oversees the HSJCC Secretariat. From 2012 to 2018, Upala served on the Board of Directors of the Mental Health Commission of Canada. In 2017, she was appointed to the Toronto Police Services Board, the first ever mental health professional to be appointed to this role. Please join me in welcoming Upala today.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for being here. And also thanks to everybody who's joining us online from across the province today. I'm very sorry to inform you that Pat Capone is not able to be with us here today. She's not feeling well. Those of you who work with Pat will know that she's been a staunch advocate for improving mental health and for poverty issues for more than 3 decades. Even though she can't be here today, I wanted to take a moment to honor her and her work. Pat served on the inaugural board of the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, the Social Assistance Review Council, and the Mental Health and Addictions Leadership Advisory Council that advised the previous health minister, and the Income Support Reform Working Group of the Ministry of Community and Social Services. Pat also served as the co-chair of the Toronto Police Services Board's Mental Health Subcommittee, and that's where I had the opportunity to work closely with her. And she did that role for almost a decade. She serves as part-time member of the Consent Capacity Board. She is the author of 7 books, 5 are nonfiction, and 2 mysteries. She is a recipient of the Order of the Medals and the Association. And watching which she is very busy covering. I'm very grateful, though, that today Pat's close friend and colleague, Mike Creek, is able to join us. Mike is the Director of Strategic Initiatives with Working for Change, coordinator of the Toronto Speakers Bureau, and Voices from History, where he has learned research, public policy, and public speaking. Mike is a survivor of cancer, physical and mental abuse, homelessness, and poverty. He is a psychiatric consumer survivor with lived experience. Mike advocates on many mental health issues that affect those who live in poverty. Poverty oppresses people and communities. It was his unwanted companion, and it caused more physical and emotional pain than any other illness that he has gone through in his life. Mike continues to work with marginalized communities and people and encourages them to speak out, to see them that their voices can make a difference in shaping policy and planning with governments. Please join me in welcoming Mike Creek.
So it's my pleasure to be here. First, I want to say that I could never replace Pat Capone. I worked with Pat for 15 years. She has bigger hats than I do. And, but I've been lucky to be able to learn from Pat and also to share Pat's friendship for 15 years. So I'm going to try to channel a bit of Pat today. That'll be hard for me because we all have different sort of experiences. But first, I want to, Pat, really, when she called me this, she called me this morning to wish me luck. And she's been suffering from a cold. And for those that don't know, she's had a really tough year. She was diagnosed with cancer last March. So this is some of the residual effects of the treatments that she's been going through. But I can tell you that Pat remains a fighter and that she's doing her very best. So thank you for having me as a fill-in for Pat. But I'd like to start with maybe telling you a bit about my story. And so I had my first hospitalization when I was 20 years old. And I was hospitalized in St. Thomas. Uh, facility. I think that it's all pretty well gone now. And I had 2 hospitalizations after that. And I've had like 4 years now of living with depression and with anxiety. And hasn't always been easy, but it has given me sort of a broader understanding of what the world really is like, because I think that far more than what the figures show, I think that more and more people are so I want to take you back to when I was in my 30s. So I think I was 37 at the time, and I had made a choice to move out of a small town. I lived in a small town called Port Doris on the shores of Lake Erie. Beautiful little town, you know, great place to grow up in. You know, when I grew up, we showed the town policemen. So you know, all the town policemen, they weren't afraid to give you a little crack over the head. You got a line, everybody was your mother. You know, you couldn't do anything. You smoked a cigarette behind a tree. Before you got home, your mother was looking for you, that sort of thing. So it was a good upbringing, you know. So we were poor, but we never ever knew that we were poor. And unlike today, poverty can stick out as a sore thumb. So when I was 37, I made a choice to move to Vancouver. I wanted to move to Vancouver for several reasons. First, I'd spent most of my life working in a hotel in Port Dover, and I wanted to try something new. I've been out in a small town since, and so I wanted to go to a big city. I didn't necessarily want to go to Toronto. I wanted to go to Vancouver, so that's where I went. I get into Vancouver, I find a place to live, I find a job. And 3 months later, I find myself in the emergency room in excruciating pain. And I had, there was a strike on at that time. Hospitals was very crowded in the emergency room. They diagnosed me within a couple hours either of a large mass in my abdomen. It was about the size of a cantaloupe, because I remember the technician who was doing the ultrasound ran out of the room. She left it on. So of course I got up and had a look. I did quite well at anatomy, and I knew where my bladder was, but I didn't know what that thing was beside my bladder. So it was a very large mass sitting there. So from there, I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's and spent about a year under treatment in Vancouver. I had no insurance, you know. I managed to keep my house because I had some savings, and was able to do that. But there was lots of complications along the way. I got really, really sick. I couldn't walk. It was a year before I learned how to walk again. And at that point, people told me, doctors, social workers, that I would never work again. And the way I was feeling, that I wouldn't ever work again. So I decided to make my way back to the area because my family's all here, and most of my friends were in this area. And so I made my way back to Toronto, and I found a place to live, and then money ran out. And then I found myself homeless, and then I went to a shelter the first night and swore I'd never go back. And I didn't. I slept in the Don Valley for a few weeks, and then some friends of my family found out that I was homeless. They found me a place to live, and then I got on to and those were all the things that sort of happened. People, I was looked after. I was put in a house. I was on the list to get into social housing, and that was it. Nobody told me that was my life. That was it. All the dreams or hopes that you have are to be forgotten. So I spent 14 years living in poverty, thinking that that's how my life would be, along with many of the people who lived in the building that I lived in at that time, 220 Oak Street, just off Regent Park, very notorious sort of building. It's had its challenges. And until one day I went into the doctor's office and I saw a sign that said Voices from the Street, where they would give you training where you could speak about it, about issues. And so I kept, I didn't leave the poster up in the doctor's office. I took the whole poster. I didn't want anything else to see it. It made it my chances of actually getting into the program. And so ultimately I got into the program, Voices from the Street, which back when he was one of the lead facilitators started by 4 women. They called themselves the Dufflet women because they would meet at Dufflets and strategize about how they could do things for people in their community that were facing huge barriers. So I spent 12 weeks, like everyone else, going through that course and learning about the different paths and where people find themselves marginalized, mental health, violence against women, newcomers, people all had the same connectivity, though it was poverty. Everybody was finding themselves having to deal with poverty. And so the empowerment of that actually allowed me to start to think that I could actually use my voice to talk to others in my community. So went out and did a few speaking engagements. The class graduated. We had a big ceremony and everything. We've met with some ministers, did stuff like that. But when it ended, I just kept going back to the office. I wanted to do research, and then one day somebody called in sick, so I had to do their job. And then after that, somebody quit a couple of weeks later, and so they gave me a part-time job being the coordinator, Voices from the Street. All through this, there was continuous improvement in just not in my income, but in how I felt about myself and how I was starting to see the world again, and recognizing all of the different circumstances that happen to people as they move through a system that is often so siloed that it leaves so many people behind. So I've been there now working for Change for 13 years as an employee. Working for Change, everybody who works there has a history of mental health or addictions, except the ED. And we have finally driven her into retirement, so that hopefully, you know, we'll get somebody that from our community that will be able to replace her. And that is quite unique when you think about it, is that even the people who work in our social enterprises have either mental health or addiction, or experienced poverty, or have been marginalized by other circumstances that we often see in our community. I think it's maybe the only organization in the city that is dedicated to the principles of inclusion, of people being able to do the work. You know, I don't go in and just sit at a computer. I actually have to really work hard. And everybody else has to work, and we recognize that. But we also recognize what the value of that work is outside of just a paycheck, right? For many of us, it's a reconnection with the world as part of our recovery process, and how we keep ourselves well, and how we start to see the world that we live in again in a way that is healthy and useful, and that is often determined by us instead of by others. So I think that's a really important sort of component, is that, you know, I'm housed, I have a home. And like many of you, I have a mortgage to pay. I have to work until I'm 82 to pay mine. So wish me lots of luck and you know, all those responsibilities that come to that. Those are easy compared to the other side of the coin, where you have no choice or those opportunities aren't there for people. So my life has really changed a lot, and it's changed a lot because of people like Pat Capone who came into my life who wanted to make sure that people in their community were starting to get real opportunities and choices when it came to employment. Even our board is half made up of people who either identify as a consumer survivor, somebody from the mental health, or a person with lived experience. The labels are getting more and more of them, and it's hard to keep track of them. But they really don't matter. It's what people will bring to the table, what their capabilities are in having a shift in the world and how we sort of think and see each other on a daily basis. So one of the things I learned from that, though, is when I started at Voices, I was angry. I was angry at a world and the people in the world who I sort of felt deserted me. And Pat taught me to channel that anger into being productive. So I always say that the anger is like it's translated into a passion or a fire in my heart to actually start to work for changes that actually have real impact on people's lives. So on Monday, when I was in my office, I heard a familiar voice, somebody who I graduated with in 2007, who I hadn't seen in probably 7 years. It was outside my door. He had spent most of the last 20 years in the forensic units in this province, and has had a much tougher go than I have. And he's now finished his 20-year sentence and is now starting to think about how he can rebuild his life, right? And so he used to work for us, but he got dismissed because he did something that was inappropriate in any workplace. You know, he touched somebody, and you're not allowed to do that, and there's responsibility for it, and he understood that and understands it now. But, you know, I was thinking, you know, when he was sitting there, he's a big guy, you know, he's probably 300, 400 pounds, and you know, that there wasn't anger in it. There was still hope in his thinking and in his dreams. So he still hopes to be able to do something useful to fulfill his life in some sort of purposeful way, rather than, you know, waking up every morning, leaving his apartment, going to a drop-in, getting a nice meal, maybe talking to somebody, maybe not talking to somebody, share a smoke with somebody. You know, that gets to be too often the routine that we see people having. So I suggested to him, why don't you, when you go back down the drop-in, tell them you're interested in doing some volunteer work, or you want to get a job cleaning or working in the kitchen, even if it's just you know, a couple hours a week. Because I think that, you know, can't discount how important work is for people. Whether that is in a volunteer role or actually paid work, I prefer it always to be paid work, because all of our folks are living in the depths of poverty. And so not only does it help their mental health, it also puts a few dollars in their pockets so they can feel that they've accomplished something, but also to be able to do things that you or I really take for granted, like go to a movie. When I lived in poverty 13 years, I did go see a movie. I had no idea what a computer could even do when I sat down at that desk the first time. I didn't know how to turn it on. I wish I had learned how to turn it on. because technology has sort of become a bit of a pain for me, and I find it very frustrating and how it consumes all of our lives today. Is that, you know, all you have to do is get on a streetcar and see what people are doing. And they got their phones out and they're constantly going. And I understand that. I do it too, all the time. You're drawn to it, like it's almost an addiction. It's like you can't let it go. Right? We never lived like that before. Those that are, you know, 40 plus, never lived like that. You know, if we want to talk to somebody, we picked up the phone and called them, or we walked over to their house and saw them, and we didn't have to remain in constant contact with them either, right? We in my community, people who are poor, get to do that either. They start to do it the old-fashioned way, so you stick out like a sore thumb, you know, and you actually have to have a conversation with people, or you have to be able to do things that the way we did it before, which can be difficult even, you know, for people all the time. So what I really want to leave, I know that you are in an extremely difficult position because I know what the housing market is like. I know how difficult it is to get people outside of housing. I work to find employment for people and opportunities and choices and income security, better health care. Those are the things that I advocate for and work towards. I'm extremely concerned about people's rights being violated. You know, I think that poverty in itself is a violation of human rights. I think it's a violation of our charter. And you see that housing is slowly becoming recognized as a right. How that will look, how all of that will play out in the future is going to be extremely important. But I don't think there's a person that I know that wouldn't think that people are entitled to housing. If you can't afford it, then it's up to the rest of us to chip in and make sure that people are housed properly. You know, we can't continuously keep building more and more shelter space because sooner or later, you know, those costs of putting people in shelter isn't just what the cost is that day, it's a lifetime of cost for those people. Those become people who become institutionalized by going into shelters. I don't care about the daily counts of shelters. What I'd be more concerned about is how long somebody's having to stay in the shelter system and the damage that that is causing to those individuals. And, you know, I'm even more concerned that we're seeing less and less action. We see lots and lots more talk, but I don't think it takes rocket science to sort of figure all of this out. I don't think it's that sort of difficult. I think that it's more political than anything, and that you and I, no matter what political party we believe in or what our politics are, we still have an obligation to each other. We still have an obligation to people who we don't know, who may be in shelters, to say that this is unacceptable. And that, you know, that you put pressure constantly on those in power who can make those decisions. We do it in a way that is constructive. You know, hollering and protesting has its place. I'm not a holler and screamer anymore. I'd rather sit down at a table with people and have a conversation, find a path forward. Even if you get started on a path, it's much easier to get started than it is to turn around and try to find your way back again. And so I would encourage each of you, where you can do that in your work, you speak out, just not for the sense of housing for everybody, but a real emphasis on, you know, that we need to clear backlogs of people in shelters, backlogs of people who are waiting for supportive housing. Those lives are being lost. Every second, every day that somebody is waiting for supportive housing is a day that their opportunities and their choices will be diminished. And that's really important, is that, you know, that we have to look at how supportive housing works. And it isn't just keeping people in place and giving them a meal and satisfying a bunch of other things that are there for them. It's about asking them, what are your dreams? What are your hopes? It's about encouraging people instead of siloing them into one place. Like, I don't think for a moment that I've never met anybody who has said that they can't do anything anymore, that they don't have any sort of purpose in life anymore. And we have to stop this sort of thinking that we have around even serious mental health. Is that there is a place for people, there is something for people to do, whether it's very limited, but it starts to move the bar forward for people. I learned this sort of the hard way because, like all of you, I had this in my head that the person with serious mental illness was that person you see on TV or hear about that's hollering and screaming, that's half dressed, and is acting really strangely. That's discrimination. That's stigma. That's how I learned. You have to unlearn that also, and that we have a responsibility also to ensure that our friends, our families, our neighbors have a better understanding of what mental health issues really are, because it's quite easy for discrimination and to continue. It hasn't diminished. It's because we still see people how they react. Taking pictures of people on a train when somebody's in crisis and posting that. Or even, I'll get a little political, is that our premier recently talked about cheese lighting off cracker. Well, I don't know what type of party he's going to, but cheese has never slid off my cracker. And there's probably lots of people in this room also, but it isn't just what he said, it's because who he is and saying. And that allows others to build up part of that discrimination and stigma that in our communities. And I used to think of people with serious mental illness being dangerous, and because that's the way I grew up. That's the way I learned. I had to unlearn all of that, and that takes some sort of courage, I think, to admit that you had these discriminations and how you can sort of address that and move that forward is really important. The other part is that the racialization that I see is that we don't talk enough about how people in my community, people of color, who are not just facing mental health issues, they are also feeling very racialized. So I've had to examine how I see the world also when it comes to racialization. And to be honest with what I learned, in 30 years growing up in a small town that was very white and reading newspapers. So yeah, I had to learn that also. And it's important that we recognize that they have a double barrier. That how people see them also isn't when you have a serious mental illness and you're a person of color. You are seen much more different than maybe somebody who has a mental illness who is not a person of color. So I think we have to recognize those differences in our work, and how we conduct ourselves with people, and recognize that at least within ourselves as part of how we can change outcomes for people. The other point is my community is continuously dying. And most of it is because of medication, but also poverty. And it's well known that people who live in the lower sections where you're in low poverty, you have more chronic diseases and you die earlier. But somehow that science doesn't really matter either. And so it's difficult in my community as people get older and you start to see more and more people die and or are suffering. So, I made it through the cancer. I'm making it through the mental illness, the anxiety, and the trauma. Okay, and you know, I got diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. I can manage that. They tell you how to, they have a map for you and everything. You just have to follow the map. It's all up to you, and you can get it done. Or if now I have a new thing, it's a tremors, and I have these essential tremors, and so I don't know how essential they are to somebody else, but they're not very. And so you start to learn, you know, sometimes I just fall over, I just walk sideways like I've had a martini too early in the day. And so we learn those things that you can live with because they aren't attached to a state, or they aren't seen as threatening to society or to anybody else. But they're still unjust because too many people in my community are dying too early. And they're not dying because of mental illness, they're dying directly because of poverty. And there's the science to prove that. You know, and all of this has an added cost too. It's that, you know, millions and millions of dollars, extra beds all the time are going to be taken up by people who are poor. And sadly, those are often combined with people from my community with mental health and addictions. And so there's a tremendous cost, just not for these people whose lives have already been diminished in so many ways, but now we're determined to see it all the way through. That because of circumstances that are beyond people's controls and how we silo things, we make people suffer even more. So I want to end with a bit of encouragement here for you. I know it's a tough world to do advocacy in, and I don't care about what your political persuasion is. I don't give a hoot about that. I only care about people. And getting things done for people often requires courage and risk. I'm in a place where I can afford courage and risk. And I think most of us in this room have a certain amount of privilege that would allow us to do. I would encourage you to do what you can, just not outside of the work you do, but also to start to look for the social change that we all are seeking to build a better city, better province. Thank you.
Oh, that was Thank you. Thank you, Mike. For those of you who are listening in and have yet seen him in person, he's totally adorable in person as well. Thank you so much for joining us here today and bringing such an important perspective on issues that will be explored. There's another job school psychology and research on education and community services at the University of Ottawa. He is currently holder of the Faculty of Social Sciences Research Chair in Community Mental Health and Homelessness. Over the course of his career, Tim has collaborated on research projects with community organizations and government at all levels, contributing to the development of effective social programs and policies. He was a member of the National Research Team and the co-lead of the Moncton site at the Aubry demonstration project of the Mental Health Commission in Canada. In 2013, he received the Contribution to Evaluation in Canada Award from the Canadian Evaluation Society. He is a fellow of the Canadian Psychological Association and the Society for Community Research and Action. Tim is currently the co-chair of the ENET Ontario Housing First Regional Network of Community Interest.
So just do all the way.
Graduate courses at the University of Ottawa Community Psychology Program Evaluation.
No, yeah,
Please join me
this
in
degree,
welcoming
50 degrees, 20 degrees.
It's
20
turned out.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for the introduction, and then thank you for the invitation to be here with you today. you, Mike, for the really inspiring talk. Hard to talk about research. But I had just looking at it, trying to figure out the coordinating committee. I got contact with you. It's actually 2007. It was an innovation forum here. Just some of the people here were there, and it made perfect sense. This intersection, justice, mental health, and certainly now housing, which is critical, as Mike just mentioned. What I'm going to do today, talk about housing first, and kind of go through what is it very quickly, because I think most of you know I've had a chance to look at documents that Candace has sent me, including the 12 case studies, which really reflect some really nice housing first programs. But what I'm going to do is talk about it in a certain framework that Gary Vaughn has put together with some colleagues, who's well known actually for his work on supported employment. But he's got a nice framework about what's an ideal mental health intervention. So that's how I'm going to talk about housing first and organize right now what we know about housing first. Okay? And then at the end, just talk about some directions for how we can push forward with this model for people who are justice involved, the people you work with. So just quickly, when you think about it, if we talk about deinstitutionalization, the idea was to help people transition into the community. And that, even after deinstitutionalization, the whole issue of homelessness, we still have this idea that people weren't ready to have their own place. So it was set up, the services were set up like a staircase, the staircase model. And, there would be transitional support, to help people stabilize, to help people work on functioning issues if they had issues around substance use and so on. So eventually they would get to permanent housing. And that kind of model, it still exists. But what Housing First, kind of the revolutionary idea, which took us quite a while to get to, post the institutionalization, was really just to collapse the staircase and without any conditions, move people right into housing. And to credit Samson Barris, certainly in the early 90s out of New York City, who's actually a Canadian psychologist, with the idea. But there were people even before that, people like Priscilla Ridgway and Bill Anthony and people out of Boston who were saying we should really work to getting people into regular housing. And so that's really the idea. And the supports are there and the supports that are needed, but there's going to be choice. It's going to be choice. We're going to try to empower people in terms of where they live and what kind of services they actually want to participate in. So the Housing First approach, I'm going to talk about the pathways approach, because that's the one that has research behind it, most research behind it. You can see the housing, some of the characteristics. One of the keys is rent supplements. Critical. Okay, so the people are only paying 30% of their income. That's critical. You can see the other things. Pathways, scattered site, and they detach the housing and the support. And these models, which you're all familiar with, sort of community treatment for people with high needs versus intensive case management for people with more moderate level needs. That's the pathways model. Now, this is a very crude kind of search that I did, but just to give you an idea of what we know about housing first from a research standpoint in terms of the literature. It starts in 2003 with the first. So this is a very new kind of model, at least from the standpoint of research. And you can see actually most of the publications are post 2012. And a lot of them, and I'll talk about that today, actually come out of the major Canadian study at home, Shakespeare. Here, I've lost the screen here. Yeah, so there's almost 400 articles that have been published. There are 4 multi-site trials. Obviously, there's trials that have been done in the US. One in the US, there's the big one in Canada. There's one in Spain. We haven't seen a lot of publications yet, as well as one in France. And what we're looking at is, in terms of how these studies have been set up, we're comparing housing first, often to usual services, but also to things like ACT or ICM alone, or what they call residential continuum, the staircase model, and then even single site housing. Okay, I'll say a few words about that as well. We got a little bit of costing studies, and I'll give you kind of a quick summary of that. Just stay with them. Yeah, I mean, oh, you got it. Yeah, good. Was it the thing? Okay. Yeah. So I mentioned the bond, Drake, that's Robert Drake, the Becker model. What's a good mental health intervention? What are the features of it? You can see what they are, well-defined. They're in line with client goals. They also reflect society's goals. There's effectiveness research. They don't have negative effects. They show long-term positive outcomes. Costs are reasonable. Feasible to implement. And they're adaptable to different subgroups. Okay. So if we look at housing first, the pathways model, it's certainly well defined. There is a guide that's been put out by Samson Barris. The people in Europe have a housing first guide that essentially shows a lot of the same features of what they consider housing first. It also has fidelity, this idea of fidelity. Now, in the research world, when people deliver programs and there's evidence behind them, what we try to do is identify the critical ingredients. Okay? So what do you need to put that research program, in Toronto and Sault Ste. Marie, or Winnipeg, or across the country, or even in this case, internationally? So this has been done. There is a fidelity measure that identifies standards. It's around things like housing choice, structure. You can see some of the features there. Separation of housing and services, I've mentioned that. They're detached. People hold their own lease. There's a philosophy. There's values behind it. Harm reduction is a central value. Trying to empower people. It's also, and also recovery. Trying to really move people towards recovery. And then service array, helping people access the services they want, services they see themselves needing. And then finally, the structure. Okay. So things like one of the standards is to have peer support providers that are part of the team. And also having regular meetings to review how people are doing. That's part of the program structure. Now, second feature, the program reflects client goals. Now, this is a very busy slide, but I want to make the point here around what we know about in terms of the type of housing people want. So post deinstitutionalization, there were numerous surveys that were done that showed that consumers, people with lived experience, if you ask them what kind of housing you want to live in, they said housing like everybody else, regular housing. That was the favored type of housing. Okay. This is a meta-analysis that was recently done that tries to summarize the research. And most recently, there's been research on asking people who find themselves out of housing, who find themselves homeless, what type of housing. Again, 85%, what 85% say they would like regular housing, where they get to choose who to live with or live alone. So that's an important piece around this kind of housing model reflecting client goals. So certainly that's in place. Is it consistent with societal goals? Now, good news around housing, we hope it's good news, we're going to see how it gets played out, is the National Housing Strategy. It came out in 2017. We haven't yet, because they back-ended a lot of the funding, so we haven't yet seen what it can do. And it's just starting, I think in Ontario, the affordable housing benefits, the red supplements, are starting April 1st. And certainly we want to make sure that some of the people you're serving and people who are coming off being homeless have access to some of those affordable housing benefits. But also in the National Housing Strategy is something that Mike mentioned, which is trying to put in place legislation and structures that will give Canadians, whoever they are, the right to housing in the same way they have right to health care. And there is a legislation that was passed last year that's moving in that direction. There are other structures that need to happen to get that in place. Point being, though, I really think this idea of housing first is consistent with where we are and where we're going in Canada. But as Mike said, it's going to require some advocacy and probably some court challenges along the way to make sure that governments respect that right to housing. The fourth feature is the intervention is effective. Now, how many people have heard of at-home fixed club? So this was the big trial. It was led by Paula Goring, I suspect who many of you know or encountered, who sadly passed away in 2016, but who really shepherded this project, a very big, complex project, where Housing First was tested across the country in 5 cities. And you can see them there. Now, what the graphs show, the red line is Housing First, and it's percentage of time in stable housing in 3-month periods. And the blue line is treatment as usual. Anything else in the community. It was tested on about I think a little over 1,100 people got Housing First. Another about 1,000 people got treatment as usual. So you can see the differences. There's quite a gap there between Housing First. But the other thing which shows is that how quickly people get into housing within the first few months. In Moncton, where I was most involved, the average amount of time to move from shelters or rough sleeping was 23 days into housing. So you can see across the country with different types of populations, different contexts when it comes to services that are available. Moncton, a small city, Montreal and Quebec, Toronto, that looked at Housing First for people coming from a variety of ethnic origins. Winnipeg had Indigenous models of Housing First, and Vancouver focused a fair bit of their work in Housing First on addictions. There was a high level of addiction. Okay? But you can see what happens, and then if we look at people with moderate needs, which is the ICM analysis, and people receiving ACT, which is people with high level needs, you see that same shaped graph with a big gap between Housing First, and it's about 80% and beyond where people reach housing stability across the 2-year period. So certainly the intervention from the standpoint of getting people into housing quickly and people staying there, for the most part, the evidence is pretty strong from the trial in Canada, but also from the other trials. This is the French trial from their technical report. Now, it's an interesting study because they focused on rough sleepers. They also focused on people with high needs, people who are either diagnosed with schizophrenia, complex bipolar disorder, often combined with substance use problems. And you can see at 2 years, 85% of people have this. Now, compare that to medical treatments. If we had an 85% success rate in some of the medical treatments that are dispensed, and even if you were running trials on medications and you were seeing that level of effectiveness, you'd be the first in line to invest money in it. So it's a really strong effect in terms of moving people quickly out of housing, and people tend to remain in their housing. Now, we also looked at, just to give you an idea qualitatively, about 200 people. And at 18 months, we compared 100 people who received Housing First versus 100 people who received treatment as usual. And the stories, the narratives were coded as either reflecting uniformly positive stories post getting into the study, stories that were mixed, or stories that were uniformly negative. So you can see the differences between the two groups. About 60% of people receiving housing first said their life had changed. It was transformative. Okay. Versus about 30%, again, about half. And then you can see a very small number. Housing first doesn't work for everybody. There's probably a 15 to 20% group of people where it's not effective. And we don't know how to predict that, by the way, which I'll mention just in a minute. And then you can see the level of uniformly negative narratives from treatment as usual. Now, the other thing I'll say, let me just move back. The other thing I'll say just around non-housing outcomes, this is where we need to do work in this area. Great housing stability, rapid in people moving into housing, high level of housing satisfaction. The only social outcome where there's evidence is people say they have a better quality of life. Okay, that's where, otherwise, if you look at the literature, and this goes beyond the Canadian trial, things like mental health, functioning, physical health, substance use, the level of improvement is the same. And there is some improvement, but it's the same as treatment as usual. So we didn't see the idea of housing as a platform, other than quality of life, which is not unimportant, by the way, because that's people reporting that my life is much better. And we see that in this qualitative data. Certainly when you look at programs, interventions, you want to look at and see, well, are there negative effects? So the two that come out of housing first is people feeling isolated. Most people we heard from, when we got to know them, we interviewed them and so on, said, I really wanted to get away from the network of people who were in the shelter, who I knew, who I relied on for survival, but I felt going forward, if I had housing, there was going to be a negative influence. We heard that. But people also felt lonely because of that. So that was something that needed to cope with. That's a consequence, a negative consequence. The other one is the 15 to 20%. Now, housing first is you keep trying. You don't quit after the first eviction or the first takeover by peers who they know from the shelter and so on. You keep trying. But at some point, you sit down, after several attempts and say, okay, should we look at other types of housing? But you really have to do the trial to do that. So there's a minimum of negative effects. And the one thing I'll say is, this is interesting. When we looked at the 1150 people who in the first year succeeded in housing first, what were the things that would predict it? We found a few things. That they had longer periods of homelessness. They might have more difficulty. If they had anxiety issues, they were actually more successful, which is kind of interesting. And then the time in jail, if people were coming out of corrections, they would have some difficulty. But here's the kicker. We could barely predict, based on this kind of modeling of all the possible predictors, who was going to be successful in housing first. You really had to do a trial and give them a chance. And the service providers, and I heard this time and time again from them, God, I never thought he or she would be able to stay in housing. It was kind of a revelation to see that happen for the people that they were working with. So then long-term outcomes. So we have one study here in Toronto that involves looking at the site cohort who were part of that home in Toronto and following them for 6 years. Still a gap in success in housing. Okay, the gap narrowed, but it was still significant in terms of the difference, showing a strong effect. This is the logic model. We didn't see, they didn't report at 6 years yet this idea of recovery. People were still working things out, whether it was around integration of work, or volunteering, or functioning, and so on. So that's an area that needs attention in terms of the support. I think the support probably has to be enriched. The costs, and I'll do this quickly. Just to give you an idea, it was $14,000 per person per year in that home for the ICM. For the Act, it was $20,000 per year. Cost offsets here with the Act. Virtually the cost, that $20,000 a year, we saw a reduction in justice involvement, in use of social services and healthcare. Okay, so it's almost a full offset. For the ICM, it was only, it was about 40% the offset. So people with moderate. Now, that's not all that surprising, okay? Because when we looked at people in the TAU, the kind of distribution around what it costs, the full package of costs when you're in situations of being homeless, being vulnerably housed, here's the distribution. So it's a really wide distribution. You've got people at one end that use relatively few services, and then you've got the high-end users at the right side of the graph, that you could refer to as $1 million Murrays. Okay, so those of you that read Malcolm Gladwell, that story, which is made the rounds, and policymakers talk about it. The point being, there's a partial offset, but people who have a higher level of needs and who use more services going into Housing First are going to save you more money. That's the equation. Personally, I think you just have to look at what's the investment. $14,000 per person per year to get off the street. That's not a lot of money, or even $20,000 per person. And I think that's the kind of advocacy we need, the messaging we need to give continually to politicians about this is not costly given what changes it makes. Feasibility to implement. We did a study I was involved in that ended last year. At the end of 2018, we published it in the European Journal of Homelessness and showed that in 9 countries, there was reasonable fidelity and even high fidelity that was obtained if we go back to those on the ingredients that make up Pathways Housing First. So it seemed that even in different contexts, different populations, you could still come up with good fidelity. So that the fidelity is on a 4-point scale, just to give you an idea. So the average across all those programs was 3.4. What were the facilitators to fidelity? The big one was agencies being committed to the values. That was huge. And also having partnerships, because Housing First programs can't do it all. Even Housing First programs with ACT aren't able to do it all. And then, of course, the barriers, which Mike mentioned, is the availability of housing. Now, I think we're in a phase here where I'm concerned that that's becoming an excuse for not doing housing first. I mean, I'm at the University of Ottawa. There's 44,000 students there. They're competing for the same housing, rental housing. And every September, however many don't live at home, and there's a lot of them, but more than half, they find housing. We have about a 2% vacancy rate, and I know it's the expense even in Toronto. This is why the rent supplement is so important. Finally, is it adaptable to different client groups? As I mentioned, it's been implemented successfully in different countries. When we did the subgroup analyses in the Canadian study at Home Chez Soi, we found equally effective for youth, older adults, people with severe addictions. We did a study in Ottawa that found that. And also, I should say, with our Winnipeg site, it was also quite effective with people who identify as, with Indigenous backgrounds, and to the point where they've scaled it up in Winnipeg. There's 9 housing first programs in Winnipeg, and 70% of people find themselves homeless in Winnipeg. It's not going to surprise you, are Indigenous. So it does work. Here in Toronto, they worked with the, I think it was called Boundaries, I think, or, I'm sorry. Yeah, Cross Boundaries, and it was successful. And we did a small trial with rural populations in Moncton. Again, very, very high level of housing success was achieved. So just to finish, what does it mean for developing housing first with justice-involved persons? I think housing first needs to be made available to people as they're coming out of corrections. I worked with Claudette Bradshaw in Moncton. Some of you may know, she was the federal minister back in 2000 that started the Supported Community Partnership Initiative. She actually, Claudette knows everybody. She's kind of a rock star in Moncton. If you knew her, that may seem a little funny. But anyhow, we went down to Dorchester to meet people who were in Dorchester and to talk to them about the program. She would really like to see this kind of program attached to correctional facilities. It really becomes a prevention of homelessness. Rent supplements. We need them. We need more of them. And I agree with your recommendation in the policy document that I think it's a COI put together that says some of the rent supplements, they need to be directed towards people who are justice involved. I think Housing First needs to be made available for mental health courts. I think, again, we need to attach them to mental health courts. The other thing we are working on, I'm involved in a COI, like many of you here, on Housing First, is trying to get the ACT programs. We have 80 ACT, more than 80 ACT programs in Ontario. Very few of them are doing Housing First. It's the highest level of community support we have. And we have more ACT programs than any province. Some of them are just starting the first ACT programs, like in New Brunswick. So we have to make that link. I think we need to train Housing First staff to work with people who are justice involved. And then I also think when you look, when I look at the research, those 389 studies, I mean, obviously Housing First program and even the Canadian one, I think it might have been, it's a quarter or a third of people had recent involvement in the justice system that were in the study. But we don't have any research specifically on the issue. So that's a challenge we really should think of. So just in closing, we invite you to the Housing First conference that's going to be held here in Toronto. It's the 4th International Housing First Conference. The 3 first conferences were held in Europe. And it's going to be attached. It'll happen just before the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness Conference. I suspect some of you have gone to, which is also obviously in Toronto. So stay tuned. We'll get the advertising out. This is kind of the first poster. It's our COI that's kind of taking this on. So that's a quick run through. I hope it gives you some ideas for your work today and going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim, for joining us here today and sharing with us such powerful insights from your research. I'm not sure, are the PowerPoints going to be available? I'm sure, okay, because I was writing. We're going to now take a 15-minute break. There are refreshments outside the room, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Oh, you know what? No, I think it's fine. Never mind. I think it's just the way this thing's
colleagues at the HSJCC Secretariat, I provide support to the Provincial HSJC as well as the broader HSJCC network. It's now my pleasure to welcome our first panel presentation of the day. Our presenters, Jonathan Robart and Alicia Salerno, will be highlighting for us some of the key issues and recommendations for supportive housing and justice-involved clients. Jonathan is the legal program developer at the John Howard Society of Ontario, their Center of Research and Policy. He joined the center in 2019 and is the project lead for its Unmet Civil Legal Needs project. Prior to joining the center, Jonathan practiced poverty law in Ontario's community legal aid clinic system with a focus on tenants' rights and eviction and homelessness prevention. Alicia is currently completing her PhD at York University in psychology and law. Her research broadly focuses on mental health and the criminal justice system. Her dissertation work focuses on improving police response to autism spectrum disorder. And Alicia is also the co-founder of a nonprofit organization for youth and adults with autism spectrum disorder. Alicia's expertise offered a significant contribution to the work of the housing, health, and justice community of interest and greatly assisted in the development of the close quarters challenges and opportunities in stabilizing housing and mental health across the justice sector report. Please join me in welcoming Alicia and Jonathan to the forum.
More over here. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, is this better? Okay. Thank you.
There's a hand mic.
Can you?
Yeah.
Will this disappear? All right. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so I was initially invited onto the employee because my research interests in developing a draft report. So I'm just going to walk you through some of the highlights of the report, not comprehensive by any means, but just some of the main things you wrote about. Okay, so the report had three purposes. The first was to illustrate the intersection between housing, mental health, and the criminal justice system to guide the development of a justice-informed housing solution for justice-involved people with mental health and addictions problems. Quite a mouthful. The second was to articulate the findings and priorities that were identified by employee members and other attendees of the think tank day. And the third was to provide the Government of Ontario and other decision makers with recommendations on how they can best meet the needs of justice-involved people with mental health and addictions problems. So I'm going to focus more so on the first and the third in this presentation. Okay, so we know there's a complex causal relationship between homelessness, justice involvement, and mental health and addictions issues, where concern in one area can generate concern in one of the other two areas. So, for example, people who are homeless or likely experience mental health problems, and then when somebody who is homeless and has mental health problems, they are significantly more likely to have a justice involvement interaction. Once they're in custody, their needs can be very difficult to meet, and connecting or reconnecting them with housing upon discharge is a challenge to do. So when somebody arrives at the justice system, they don't arrive as a blank slate. Every person arrives with their own unique set of life experiences. Oftentimes, when a homeless person encounters the justice system, they already experience some sort of trauma or victimization, and they might need services from the get-go. So, for example, victimization rates of the homeless population are very high. So, victimization rates of homeless people with severe mental illness specifically are between 74 and 87%. So very, very high. And despite this, they're actually less likely to call the police. So what we do see is a cycling between homelessness and incarceration. So what we did in this report was apply the justice-informed lens to mental health and housing to understand how mental health and housing instability can influence a person's journey through the justice system. And although it is presented as a linear journey, it's not always linear. So some people arrive at justice system with pre-existing mental health issues, which are then made worse by poor conditions. And some people arrive with no pre-existing issues and then develop them because of poor conditions. I'm just going to walk you through some of the key junctures from police interaction all the way to discharge, so you can see how housing instability and mental health would influence a person's journey. Okay, so independently, both homelessness and mental illness are independently risk factors for police interaction. When a person experiences both of these together, it significantly increases the chance they'll have some sort of interaction with the police. And in fact, according to the Aubry report, so in Toronto alone, between 2 to 2.5 of all police dispatches were due to mental health crises. That's about 20,000 calls a year that were solely due to mental health. Of course, people who are homeless are at greater risk of being arrested simply because they're more visible. They're under greater surveillance by the police. Also, a lot of the acts inherent to being homeless have become penalized or criminalized. So just to give you an example, so the Safe Streets Act from Toronto from 2000 to 2010, they saw a 2,000% increase in, so it was a 2,000% increase in tickets issued, and most of them were for non-aggressive solicitation. So these are not violent offenses that are being ticketed, fairly minor. So we do see that police officers have increasingly become first responders in situations involving persons with mental illness. And in their role as forensic gatekeepers, they have important decisions to make in terms of how to handle this person. So they decide whether to process somebody through the mental health system or through the criminal justice system. Another thing they decide is whether to apply formal or informal sanctions. They can decide to take no action, or they can decide to apply a more formal sanction, like arrest or placement in custody. So importantly, police officers decide whether to process someone through the mental health or criminal system. And knowledge of a person's housing situation can greatly influence that decision-making process. So for example, if an officer is aware that a person has secure housing and supports, they may be more likely to apply an informal sanction because they are aware they have that support. So transitioning to bail, being held in custody potentially as an innocent person is a stressful and traumatic experience for anyone, and it can reduce or exacerbate pre-existing mental health issues. And according to research, we are seeing that police officers are less often using their powers to release someone on promise of fear, and instead choosing to hold them in custody. So you are seeing a greater number of people being held in custody. And research does show that our bail system has a risk-averse culture, which means they're less likely to apply less restrictive forms of release. And this particularly impacts the homeless population because they don't have as much social capital to persuade a judge they'll abide by their conditions or attend trial. And in fact, an analysis of 1,800 bail hearings in Toronto, they did find that people with no status were more likely to be denied bail. All this coupled with many of these commonly applied bail conditions actually set people up to fail. So for example, they're often given strict residency conditions to abide at one address, where somebody with no fixed address would most certainly break this condition at one point or another. And also research shows that these conditions are often unconnected to the offense. So somebody with a mental health and addictions issue might be asked to abstain from drugs or alcohol, which they'll inevitably breach. And this might actually have nothing to do with their initial offense for why they're there in the first place. And finally, in Ontario, bail verification and supervision programs may require someone who can't provide a fixed address to stay in a shelter until their case is resolved. And obviously, the issue with this is that shelters are inherently temporary and they're unstable. So this puts people at greater risk of breaching their conditions and continuing this cycle. So to conclude on a positive note for this slide, research does show that when people with no fixed address are connected to mental health and housing services, they're less likely to reside in shelters. Meaning this is might be a potentially beautiful opportunity to connect people with services they may not otherwise be accessing in the community. Okay, so moving to incarceration. I mean, being incarcerated is bad for anyone's mental health, even briefly. It does compromise a person's employment because they can no longer attend work, compromises their housing, they can't pay their rent, and it can also compromise their community ties. And some recent numbers suggest that just under half of Ontario prisoners have at least one current severe symptom of a mental health issue. And this is even more for women and Indigenous people. The provincial system doesn't fare much better. So some data from 2004 and 2005 showed that 286 people entered provincial facilities with no fixed address. And they were admitted almost 500 times, these 286 people. So this is repeat clients being admitted multiple times. Of course, this is all made worse by the use of solitary confinement, which disproportionately impacts people with mental health issues. So just some numbers recently showed that just on a snapshot day, half the people that were in solitary had a mental health alert on file. And of course, putting somebody with mental health issues in solitary can cause them to deteriorate further, which makes it harder for them to reintegrate. Also, of course, there's a lack of services within both provincial and federal facilities, and just the general poor conditions can exacerbate or create mental health problems. Also, this population is already less likely to be receiving service in the community, so the lack of support within institutions means more missed opportunities to connect people with services. So physical health care needs can further compound and complicate mental health, housing, and justice issues. So the fractured nature of healthcare delivery in provincial correctional facilities can exacerbate pre-existing health issues. Oh, sorry, I already read that part. Okay, so incarcerated people do experience higher rates of hepatitis C and HIV, and also earlier mortality rates. And of course, at the federal level, aging and aging-related illness is a frequent concern. And the latest data indicate that 1 in 5 people in federal correctional facilities are 50 years of age or older. And most of these people are going to be released at some point. So upon their release, they're going to require some sort of housing solution to address these healthcare needs. So obtaining and maintaining secure housing is a challenge for anyone, but especially for somebody with mental health concerns. So one study from 2001 showed that a third of all incarcerated people in Canada would have no home upon their release. And other research shows that those who are homeless prior to their incarceration also anticipate being homeless after incarceration upon discharge. And although MCSCS does mandate discharge planning for those serving sentences between 30 days and 6 months, evidence suggests that most prisoners are not accessing quality discharge planning in facilities. Just to give you an example, only 5 of the 26 provincial jails have a staff member for discharge planning. There's also no direction as to how this planning should be started, how their needs should be met, and there is no requirement this plan extends past incarceration, which makes it somewhat counterproductive. Also, there's no requirement for planning for people on remand, so this effectively excludes the pretrial population. Of course, there's other policies and practices, both written and unwritten, that could prevent an individual from securing housing upon discharge. Strain financial resources along with a criminal record, make it difficult to obtain housing in the private sector. Also, many clients of halfway houses experience unwritten policies that actually prevent them from accessing community mental health supports due to their criminal records. So any housing solution for those with mental health and addictions problems who have become involved with the justice system has to take into account the unique circumstances of Northern Ontario and its Indigenous peoples. So Indigenous peoples are overrepresented both in the homeless population as well as in the criminal justice population. And relatively little attention has been paid to addressing homelessness in Northern Ontario, which is unique because half of Ontario's Indigenous population lives there, and there is a severe shortage of adequate housing. So these limited resources that are available often force people, when they're discharged, to stay in Kenora because of the other place with facilities, and they're oftentimes forced to stay in shelters, which of course is problematic. And understanding homelessness in Northern Ontario must also include recognition of the intergenerational trauma Indigenous peoples have experienced as a result of colonization. Okay, so the Close Quarters report sets out 3 recommendations. These were the result of the think tank day held some months ago, earlier on in the process. And the recommendations that came out of this report are much more specific than the analyses and the issues that were articulated in this report. So the first recommendation was the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, in collaboration with the Ministry of Community Safety and Correctional Services, target a portion of all new supportive rent house supplements to the population of individuals with mental health and addictions problems where justice involved. The second recommendation is that the Ministry of Children, Community, and Social Services maintain the stability of housing and community for people who are incarcerated by revising ODSP and OW policies to continue benefits for a reasonable period when a recipient is incarcerated, thereby preventing potential loss of housing and entry into homelessness upon discharge. Finally, the third recommendation, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, as funders of affordable and supportive housing, carry out a comprehensive examination of human rights protections for individuals with conviction and or non-conviction records with the aim of changing laws, policies, and or practices so that those who have such records do not face barriers to accessing housing.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to touch on some recent changes that were made to the Housing Services Act in Ontario. Before I do that, I just want to get a sense of familiarity with these changes. Just maybe if I can take a quick poll of everybody. Are you aware of some changes that were made to the Housing Services Act, let's say around last September? No? Okay, great.
Anything you want now.
Great, yeah, that's so I'm preaching to the converted here, right? We know that stable, secure, affordable housing makes a huge difference when it comes to reentry and reintegration. And that's especially like when it comes to justice involved individuals. And I think there's an argument to be made that some recent amendments to the Housing Services Act make that task, the task of providing accessible, affordable, stable housing, more difficult. Keeping in mind that I think this is something that should be considered throughout my remarks, that rent geared income housing, public housing, supportive housing is often the only housing option available for justice system involved individuals, and I think that that's just really important. So back in September, in fact, all these amendments are effective September 23rd, 2019. There were some changes. There were amendments made to the Housing Services Act, and the Housing Services Act applies to housing that's governed, public housing, co-ops, supportive housing, etc. All of these amendments apply to those, to any housing that's governed by the Act. And there were a number of amendments made. Most of them have to do with the wait list, but I'm just going to be speaking about specific amendments that were made that allow housing providers to refuse an offer of housing to anyone who's been evicted from housing that's governed by the HSA in the previous 5 years. And that can include any member of the household that was evicted. There are specific criteria that has to be satisfied. In fact, there are 5 criteria that has to be satisfied. Without all 5 being satisfied, the discretion isn't given to the housing provider. And I'll talk a bit about exactly what those criteria are. So first, the member of a household was evicted pursuant to Section 61 or 94(2) of the Residential Tenancies Act. Section 61 of the Residential Tenancies Act has to do with illegal acts or businesses. Section 94(2) is specific to co-ops. So the eviction process for co-ops are just a little bit different than your typical market or RGI housing. Again, the eviction had to occur in housing that was also governed by the Housing Services Act. So if, for example, somebody was evicted from a private unit pursuant to Section 61 of the Residential Tenancies Act, they can't be denied an offer of housing in housing, like let's say supportive housing or co-op housing because of these amendments. There are also 6 specific illegal acts or businesses that apply. The easiest way to explain this amendment is you can't be evicted for evading your taxes, right? Like that's technically an illegal act. You could be filling out your tax return form in your Toronto Community Housing apartment, and you could cheat, and that's technically an illegal act, but you can't be evicted for that. And these amendments don't apply to those instances. Section 6 specific illegal acts. I won't go into all 6. It's all spelled out in the amendments, and you can refer directly to those. The eviction has to have occurred in the previous 5 years, and it has to not have been overturned on appeal. So if somebody's evicted and the eviction works its way through the courts, either through the review process at the Residential Tenancies Act or divisional court, et cetera, just because somebody's evicted doesn't necessarily mean these amendments are applicable if that eviction was overturned on appeal. And finally, as with all, rather most legislation, they give like a bit more discretion to housing providers, the last of which is no reasonable grounds to believe that accommodating the household will pose a risk to the safety of one or more other persons at the housing project. That's very vague on purpose. We'll eventually learn more as these amendments are worked their way through the courts what exactly reasonable means. That's usually up to a tribunal or a court, the case law essentially, to decide. So what are the implications for re-entry and community safety? Some should be obvious, some are less obvious when meets the eye. We know that securing stable, again, and supportive housing is essential for reintegration. Successful re-entry leads to reduced chances of recidivism, and arguably that translates into safer communities across Ontario, public housing, supportive housing, co-op housing, essentially any housing that's governed by the HSA, is often housing of last resort for justice-involved individuals. And that can be due to a lot of things, for example, income or lack thereof. Discrimination plays a big piece. But the point is that the housing that these amendments applies to is often housing of last resort. Now, there's a fairness issue in play here as well, and I think this is probably can be surprising to a lot of people here. They may be hearing this for the first time. But you don't need to be convicted of anything in Ontario to be evicted. From my experience, the process at the Landlord Intent Board happens really quickly. The criminal justice system winds along a little bit more slowly. I've seen instances where evictions occur only for a particular crime that was charged. And remember that the crime, the illegal act in question has to occur on the premises. So if you decide to go and rob the corner store across the street, you can't be evicted for that, right? It has to occur in your unit or on the premises. But I've seen instances where someone is evicted and then they're found not guilty in court. But by then it's too late. The evictions happen, destabilization that comes from eviction has already occurred, and there's no real way to reinstate somebody back into housing. I find that particularly troubling. I think that actually may be one of the more troubling aspects of these amendments from a justice system perspective. Equally upsetting, equally troubling is the fact that other members of a household may experience homelessness. So if, for example, you've got a family living in an HSA governed house, and one family member is responsible for an illegal act, the entire household gets evicted. And each member of that household can be denied new housing in HSA governed housing because that eviction is technically on their record. That obviously has some serious implications. I can talk about it for quite some time. However, we know that homelessness is associated with increased risk of becoming a victim of crime. So if an entire household is evicted due to the actions of one individual, that entire household becomes more likely to be a victim of crime. That leads to less safe communities. And what we're talking about here are, even if somebody's guilty of an illegal act and they're evicted, that eviction is incredibly disruptive. It's going to have a dramatic impact on every member of that household. What these amendments do is they further penalize someone on top of that eviction. So you're dealing with an eviction, you're dealing with all the disruption that comes from that, and then you're also being further penalized, because you're not ever going to be able to access HSA housing again, at least for about 5 years, which is quite a lengthy period of time. So that's basically, I just wanted to touch base on some of those amendments. Yep. Yep. Hey, Amber.
Hi. So I just wanted to let you know a little bit of hopeful news about all of that.
Okay. Great.
The Toronto Drug Strategy and Communication Panel, I brought this to them, and the counselor who chairs that was quite concerned. As a result, the secretary from that group did reach out to folks at Toronto Community Housing, specifically to deal with issues in this city. And so we do have a meeting coming up in the next couple of weeks to discuss exactly these concerns. So if you have any more information that you'd like to pass along, because I'm certainly aware of and want to utilize some of these items, if there's anything more.
Sure. Just based on my experience litigating evictions, I understand from community housing and how to talk place. I understand their vantage point. I think one of the messages that should probably be made crystal clear is you can't evict your way out of these problems.
That's what Toronto Housing is doing now. They're focusing on families, and they are trying to get rid of single people. I live in Toronto houses, so I know what's going on.
Yeah. No, for sure, I agree.
And they have no plans to expand. So they're adamant they're not going to expand DCHC. So all these people that are in shelters and homeless and invisible homeless that are in they will never get into Toronto Housing. So this is why I think that renting income subsidized or affordable housing does not work. The government there's no, you know what, I'm trying to get out of Toronto housing because I've been there 3.5 years and it's just been one struggle after another. And there's many people in Toronto housing that feel the same way. When Acorn did a survey of 200 houses, they found that 50% of the people want a transfer or were waiting for a transfer. That's not the tenants. They don't like it there. It's not good.
And I hope I'm clear too. I understand the different interests at play here, right? I'm not suggesting that tenants who live in Toronto community housing or other HSA housing are entitled to any less safe, housing than anybody else. I just these particular amendments.
I don't like that. That's fine.
Yeah,
that's what.
I just think it's a wrong approach to dealing with the very real issues about tenant safety, etc.
I think they need more support.
I agree.
We really need a lot more communities. I mean, I'm having such a struggle there. It's just crazy. Trying to get my unit the coverage and stuff ready so they don't hurt my back so much when I make dinner or lunch or do my dishes. It's their 3.5 year process, and the contractor showed up yesterday because I went down to the office and asked some questions about how the work was going to be done. The contractor told the super that I was arguing and refused and left. And the work has been, it's the third time that contractor's been there. He's insulted me in my house. His workers have insulted me. They've done work cutting wood in my living room when I asked them to do it on the balcony. And I've been told to shut up because I complained about it. You know what? This is not right.
I'd love to hear more about it after. Definitely chat. I'm pretty sure I'm the guy that's standing between you and lunch. So I just want to make 6 minutes. I just want to make a quick pitch for a project that I'm leading at through all 19 of our local offices, and it's a civil legal needs project. Essentially, what we're trying to do is scope and serve the unmet civil legal needs of our clients. So you can, spending any time in incarceration, any justice system involvement, not only can be the cause of some civil legal needs, including like housing, employment, income, etc., but it can make those problems a whole lot worse. And so what we're trying to do is develop a program that at the outset of our program, the goal is to make our frontline staff build capacity among our frontline staff to recognize when clients present with civil legal need, and then attempt to triage or make a positive referral for those services. A lot of times, the clients are going to need a lawyer, right? It's not something that frontline staff are in a position, nor do they have the resources to accomplish. But what's been particularly interesting about this project from the outset is the effort that we've made to train workers to recognize when a legal issue presents itself. I think that's a big gap in a lot of frontline services. It's not often that a client will come into one of our offices with an eviction order and say, I'm being evicted. They may say something like, some people were over at my house last night, cops showed up, I've been charged with something. And making sure that our frontline staff know that there's a civil legal issue that's presenting itself there is a key part of our project. These are the 3 pillars of our project: legal education, access to legal services, systems navigation. I'm pretty much out of time, but I wanted to invite anybody with a few more questions about the project to just speak with me during lunch. Any questions about the HSA amendments? Sure.
So, can you give me an example of which, like housing programs the housing service that's governed? Is it all community housing, or is it your umbrella?
It's a big umbrella.
It's a big umbrella.
My understanding is like any sort of municipal, like public housing, co-ops, and my lawyer senses are kicking in. We tend to be a bit overly cautious.
Okay.
You may actually just want to refer to the Housing Services Act to be very clear. I just don't want to give the wrong answer on that. Suffice to say, the housing that is governed by the HSA, I just want to drive the point home. It's often housing of last resort. It's what's standing in between someone and services, and I think that's the key takeaway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can you define for me civil and legal?
Sure. So they are, it's any legal need that's not a criminal law need. And it's sort of more broadly defined as anything that works its way through the civil justice system. That can include courts, tribunals, housing, evictions, income, so ODSP appeals, this sort of thing, that can be considered civil legal need. Employment, family, immigration, anything that really falls under it's actually easier just to exclude, right? Just say it's anything that's not a criminal. But more importantly, I think the need has to have a legal remedy, right? There has to be a process that one can follow to get relief or seek a remedy. Yeah, like that's sort of the easier way to define it. It's also not prison law, so it has nothing to do with the conditions in prison, that sort of thing. Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan and Alicia, for joining us here today, sharing with us that overview of the close quarters report, and speaking of the important issues around housing provisions for justice for all clients. Probably mobbed during lunch. Who would be halfway up to your mouth when we answer your questions? Are we still going to take a 30-minute break for lunch? Sure. We will now take a 30-minute break for lunch, which is being provided inside the room. We'll see you back here at 12:45. Thank you.
Sort of. A residential coordinator and property manager from the John Howard Society of Ottawa, and Jeff Morgan, a program manager from Peterborough Reintegration Services, to discuss promising practices in supportive housing. Moderating the panel is Adrian Spafford, the Chief Executive Officer of Addictions and Mental Health Ontario. Adrian is a values-driven leader with 15 years of experience in public policy, advocacy, communications, and stakeholder relations. She has held senior positions at the Ontario Health and Long-Term Care Association, Canadian Breast Cancer Foundation, the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, Infrastructure Ontario, and with the former Premier of Ontario. She began her career as a consultant for private sector clients on culture and gender diversity at Catalyst Canada Incorporated. Please join me in welcoming Adrian and our panelists.
Thanks so much to Upala and the HSJCC for having me here today. It's my real pleasure to moderate this panel, and thank you to our panelists. I don't think it's fair that I got an introduction and you didn't get your introduction, so I'm going to read them out. Alicia Baudouin is currently the residential coordinator of the Rita Thompson Enhanced Supportive Housing Residents through the John Howard Society of Ottawa. She's been involved with the program since its inception in 2015, with over a decade of experience working in the social work sector, specifically around homelessness in residential settings. She brings her passion for harm reduction, mental health and addictions advocacy to her workplace. She's excited about the uptake of Housing First initiatives and is looking forward to sharing the learnings gained through the launch of this pilot program. And Jeff Morgan, to my immediate left, spent over 32 years with the Peterborough Police Service, with the last 14 being spent in sex crimes, major crime, and behavioral sciences, violent crime analysis. He retired in 2015. While in sex crimes, Jeff met Dan Haley and became involved with the Peterborough Community Chaplaincy, Dan's organization, which supported high-risk sex offenders being released into the community, and continued to be involved with PCC until he became the case manager at Haley House in 2017. PCC rebranded to Peterborough Reintegration Services in 2018. Thank you very much for being here. So I'm going to briefly go through the key findings from a report that was done, which we'll speak a little bit more about, and then we're going to spend as much time possible with a dialogue with our panelists and time for questions and answers from the audience. In 2017, Addictions and Mental Health Ontario, which is the organization I represent, Canadian Mental Health Association and the Wellesley Institute agreed to work together to carry out a project of researching, documenting, and disseminating information on successful practices in supportive housing in Ontario. The focus of the project was on mental health and addictions, supportive housing, and supportive housing that serves one of 4 provincially designated priority groups: youth, Indigenous populations, chronic homelessness, and discharge from provincial institutions. The final report was published in April 2018 and is available on our website, www.amho.ca. It documents 12 examples of promising practices in supportive housing for people with mental health and/or addiction issues from across Ontario. The case studies are examples really of extraordinary work. I really do invite you to go visit the report on the website. It's worth a read. Being done across the sector to support tenants with mental health and addictions to develop skills to maintain their housing and manage their health. Each model has a unique approach, but common themes were identified across service delivery models regarding supports, housing, and partnerships. So the objectives of the promising practice reports. At the time that the study was conceived, both federal and Ontario governments had announced quite major housing initiatives. Initiatives such as the Federal National Housing Strategy that committed funding for affordable housing, including supportive housing through cost matching with the provinces. Ontario had also made commitments under the Ministry of Housing's Home for Good program, while the Ministry of Health had provided new funding for mental health and addiction supportive housing units in 2018 and 2017. And in addition, the former provincial government's Mental Health and Addiction Leadership Advisory Council had recommended 30,000 new supportive housing units over 10 years as a minimum commitment to address huge gaps in the system. I know I'm speaking to the converted on that. So as a result of these funding and policy initiatives, collectively, we felt there was a real need to identify and showcase innovative and promising practices in supportive housing in Ontario that could serve as a baseline for future supportive housing investments. So there were three main objectives of the promising practice report. One, provide implementation support to supportive housing providers. Two, compile an inventory of good practice and successful examples of mental health and addiction supportive housing. And three, establish an expert panel and peer advisory group that would provide ongoing support to service providers and service managers implementing additional supportive housing. So a little bit more background in addition to the context on the promising practices report. Every one of us here today can relate to the fact that supportive housing provides affordable, permanent housing for many people living with mental health and or addiction issues, whether or not they have involvement with the justice sector. We know that supportive housing is an important social determinant of health that plays a major part in reducing hospitalizations and preventing people from negative health impacts associated with lack of housing. And we also know that community-based supportive housing providers have been delivering this key component of our healthcare system for decades, in spite of having to navigate a complicated system of funding that crosses not just many ministry boundaries, but many levels of government boundaries. And in this complex funding environment, service providers across our province have responded in many creative and thoughtful solutions to situations in their communities. We just like to make it easier for them to be able to do that, and we'd like to advocate to government to make it easier for them to do that. The report has 12 examples of innovative and promising practices, but due to time constraints, I'm only going to limit the highlighting it to 3. And I'm going to move to the panelists as quickly as possible after highlighting the report's final recommendations. So the first promising practice that we wanted to highlight was the Regeneration Step-Up program. This step-up program consists of 20 self-contained units in a high-rise building owned and operated by a private landlord. Regeneration has a hard lease with the landlord and sublet units to their clients. The strengths of this head lease. The strength of this head lease model includes giving regeneration staff more flexibility in terms of entering units when they're needed, greater flexibility when tenants are late with their rent, and providing the agency more leverage to mediate between the tenant and the landlord if there are maintenance concerns. The ability of a program to transition clients out of high support housing into more independent living creates flow of clients from one level of housing to another, and thereby creates space for clients on the wait list. This is how the healthcare system outside of mental health and addiction often looks at flow, the idea of stepping up and stepping down based on need. And so seeing that in supportive housing is a great development. Such flow benefits both the providers and the clients. Providers have more flexibility to address wait lists, while clients have an opportunity to explore living more independently.
Can I just ask a quick question about this model?
Sure.
Can you speak to whether or not there was an RTA exemption and how that happened?
I don't know, I'm sorry, I don't know the specific answer to that, and I don't think Regeneration is in the room today, but we can endeavor to get back to you on that question. Overall, the outcomes have been good in that Step Up program, have been successful at transitioning tenants out of the high support housing, enabling other clients to move from hospital into high support housing in the community. And when I read about this, what I really picked up is being able to report on those specific outcomes, specifically related to flow out of hospital, is really key to advocacy organizations like AMHO's ability to advocate for the connection between supportive housing and hallway healthcare, which, like it or not, is what is the government's top priority in healthcare right now, and is the platform that they were elected on. All right, so the second one we want to highlight is the HouseLink Step to Support. HouseLink works with Toronto Community Housing to buildings to provide on-site voluntary supports to tenants in 2 TCH buildings who self-identify as having mental health and addiction issues. With deliberate planning, STEP staff are able to coordinate services effectively, knowing which service providers were already in the buildings, bringing in services where there were gaps, and improving tenancy outcomes through eviction prevention activities. TCH staff can connect tenants to STEP staff, who can in turn provide supports to those tenants around issues that may affect their housing status. For example, if a tenant is having issues with clutter or hoarding or rent arrears, TCH can encourage the tenant to connect with STEPs, and STEP staff can work with the tenant directly on those issues. As a result of this program, the 2 buildings involved in the STEP program have measured and seen an increase in safety and security and decreased use of emergency services. Sorry? I don't know.
They're mentioned in the report, I think.
Yeah. So
if you go to the link, you can.
we can find that out for you after. I'll go look at the report after we're done. Such a promising practice has huge potential if expanded to other social housing across the province. Okay, the next one is CMHA Lambton Kent Supportive Housing Program. The innovative and promising practice employed by CMHA Lambton Kent was in supporting tenants to transition from living in group homes to self-contained independent supportive housing units. By adopting a housing first model of practice, CMHA Lambton Kent, CMHA, started by transitioning 20 tenants from 3 group homes into self-contained private rental units. Today, CMHA Lambton Kent houses over 200 residents in their permanent supportive housing program. Many of the tenants have been living in group homes for extended periods of time, some for as long as 20 years and 30 years, and transitioning them into self-contained units was a long but ultimately successful process. The supportive housing program at CMHA Lambton Kent functions with a variety of partners, but the main partnership is with the private landlords. CMHA Lambton Kent also has partnerships with local homelessness shelter. Staff visited the shelter and talked to the people about their housing needs, where identified CMHA staff assist in finding appropriate supportive housing. Similarly, CMHA has a solid partnership with a local hospital to participate in discharge planning on the psychiatric unit, including working with people on their housing needs. Incremental successes include things like hearing from tenants that they are now a member of the YMCA, they got a job, or that they are in school and they attribute this to having had housing or supports that they feel are safe and are happy in their home. So what were the key themes that we're going to go into more detail on the panel? Number 1 was the need for more affordable housing. That's no surprise to this group. Across the province, there is a low supply of affordable housing, and that's resulted in growing waitlists, challenges in acquiring new housing units, and difficulties accessing high-quality spaces. Further investments are needed to solve this problem, but supportive housing providers have developed innovative strategies to manage some of the challenges. That include having, and this is all in the report, having a landlord engagement strategy, dedicated housing staff, partnering with other providers to adopt a more alternative level of care model in supportive housing where you're stepping up and stepping down where appropriate, and providing flexible levels of support for clients. something that we also, again, at Addictions and Mental Health Ontario, we just had our first annual Queen's Park Day last weekend. We met with MPPs and cabinet ministers across the political spectrum. And something we heard a lot about was the issue of navigation. And it was, I would say that it's something I feel providers in the system are carrying too big a burden of, in terms of it being seen as the problem of navigation is one of too many providers, or something that providers are responsible for. And it's not that there's not innovation, there's absolutely innovations that can happen. We'll talk about some of that today. But something that, a message we tried to bring to Queen's Park is that if you are navigated to a wait list, well, then you're going to navigate somewhere else. So there's a blend between innovation that needs to happen in the system, but also build up capacity so that people aren't being navigated to wait lists.
I heard CMHA in Kingston, is it that they're planning on closing because of lack of funding? Is this going to affect all CMHA across Ontario?
Like, you want to handle that? Sure, the question was about, there was a recent announcement of a closure of the CMHA branch in Kingston, and I just don't want to speak to it because we've got a CMHA Ontario rep in the here who's leading it.
Thanks for the question. So the CMHA branch in Kingston was one of two CMHAs across the province that were not provincially funded. So they, I can't try to recall exactly the funding that they had, but it was through Jennefer or another funding body. And so yes, their funding did close down. So their small agency is closing down.
Is that going to affect overall down the road? Is funding going to be cut for all CMHA?
So the question is, will funding for CMHAs be cut across the province? You know, I think what I will tell you is that majority of our branches across the province are funded directly through the local health integration networks and the Ministry of Health. And so we've not received indication that that funding is going to be reduced.
I know a lot of other agencies are willing with 5,000 POUA active.
You know, I think it's an important concern that agencies are worried that funding has not kept pace with the increasing volume of clients that are coming to their doors, as well as the increasing complexity of clients that they are providing services and supports for. I think that's very fair, and I think also there's concern. This is something that we talk about a lot in our pre-budget submission, that the government has announced it's going to have a Center of Excellence for Mental Health and Addiction, and that's going to be bringing in quality standards and minimum quality requirements for providers. And we're not sure, as an association who represents a lot of those organizations, what funding or supports are going to be provided by the government to be able to implement those standards. We think standards are excellent. We think high quality evidence-based care is excellent. We just want to make sure that we're funded so that members aren't having to close doors, because a lot of the providers you've talked about, those are local based organizations that were volunteer driven and established because they were fitting a need in a community that was unmet, and they know a certain population, and we want to make sure they are there to deliver strong services to their population. Sort of, we're getting a bit off, I see it, no, that's okay. I see a hand back there, and I'm just looking for a bit of guidance on fielding questions versus going forward with, okay, we're going to take some Q&A at the end, okay? So save your questions for the end as much as possible. That's hard for me because I like to say yes, okay. So the second theme is greater standardization. So flexibility and variance is important for some providers to meet the particular needs of communities they serve. However, the variability in services can pose a challenge for people navigating the supportive housing system. It also can pose a challenge for funders and decision makers in terms of making decisions around how to allocate investments. So along with clearly defined supports, common assessment tools are needed to determine the services and needs of clients to better monitor outcomes. I've already spoken to the importance of outcome monitoring, so I won't spend more time on that. And then number 3, the need for better system coordination. The supportive housing system, you all know this better than I, balances between health and housing, resulting in complicated funding streams, often with different priorities and reporting requirements. You heard, I worked in government, I worked in the bureaucracy side of government, I worked on the political side of government, I worked in the agency side of government, and the difference between moving a file forward that is constrained in just one ministry, I say is about 50 times easier than 2 ministries or more. And the folks here from the ministry are nodding their head. And then you add provincial and municipal and federal layers on that, and it makes the job of addressing the challenge we're discussing in this room today very, very challenging. And we need government to be able to help you do what you want to do better. Okay, so I'm going to now go to the panel discussion. We have already introduced the panelists, so I think that I will go straight to the 2 of you, and you each got 5 minutes to speak a little bit about your program, and then we'll get to questions.
Hi, everybody. Oh, good. You can hear me. I'm very grateful to be here. There are some tough acts to follow for sure. So I'm going to try to do a snapshot of the Rita Thompson from 2015 when we opened to present day. We've pivoted and there's been some changes, and I want to make sure we touch on those. But we developed under housing first principles with the understanding that housing is the basic human right, and really destroying the idea of housing readiness and housing is really for everyone. As I said, we opened in 2015. We were a new build, a residential building in Daniel, which is a small, mostly francophone community in Ottawa. We're on the dead end streets. We really took up a lot of space right away. So that was a bit challenging for the community. We're funded solely by the City of Ottawa as part of their 10-year initiative to end homelessness, and that initiative was launched in 2014. At this building, we have 34 individual bachelor apartments. They all come with a full bath, full kitchen. Upon moving there, also fully furnished with a television that has cable and with phones that can call internally and externally only to 911. That was a learning. And then in 2018, Carruthers, our sister program, opened in Mechanicsville under a very similar philosophy. They have 36 units as opposed to 34. And they also focus heavily on MOP, which is a managed opiate program. That's also quite innovative, but I'm going to focus on my program for the point of today. Our demographic initially was men 18 years or older who had spent 2 years consecutive or more in the shelter system, who were experiencing complex recurring mental health addictions issues, physical health issues, ABIs and heart injuries, mobility issues. And this population for criteria for our program were not explicitly involved in the justice system, but with those backgrounds, we can imagine that every single person had an encounter with the justice system, either on a provincial or federal level.
Sorry, I have a colleague that's on remotely, and she's just asking if you can slow down a little bit.
And that I think like my whole dying colleague. I'll slow down. Sorry about that. Thank you. So yeah, as I was saying, we don't explicitly seek out people who are justice involved, but having lived in the shelter system a long time, having those challenges, it just naturally happens with that level of visibility in the homeless sector that they've experienced either federal or provincial incarceration at some point in their life. We also focus on the highest acuity clients. Using this SPIDAT in shelter. So we focus on people with a score of 40 or more. So really trying to find the population that was not successful in traditional housing models. And a few of the changes over time, the criteria for housing for our 2 programs has changed a little bit. It's less stringent. We're now looking for 180 days of consecutive shelter stays, which really helps us catch the people who are showing up in shelter without them having to deteriorate further before they can be eligible for supportive housing. And also for us, which is a huge change and a positive change, in 2018, we welcomed women for the first time to our community. We've served 10 in total to date. As I'm sure you can all imagine, it created a more dynamic and diverse community, but we also saw some new challenges come to light. Domestic violence, increase in certain types of sex work, different forms of trauma. So we really had to learn some new skills and really understand the female perspective a little bit differently because we traditionally worked with men. Just to touch a bit on the pillars and the passion and focus of the program, all the client signed leases, so they are all protected under the RTA. We try to make Our program is low barrier as possible and very client-centered, leaving a lot of room for self-determination. We just launched a pilot for our clinical team to become, instead of trauma-informed, which we always try to be, to trauma-responsive, taking it one step further. So focusing on things like psychological safety, physical safety, moral safety, to really make sure we're looking through that trauma-responsive lens as much as possible. And as well as on top of trauma, we also try to do everything from a harm reduction focus in absolutely every situation we encounter. We provide site materials, safe installation materials, and alcohol programs, safe supply, money management, cigarette management, basically any issue that we've had, we try to resolve with a harm reduction idea or solution. The other very cool part of our program, I can't stress this enough, is we have a very innovative on-site partner. They are Ottawa Inner-City Health. We have nurses on staff, we have PSWs on staff we care for. So we're able to offer a lot of dignity and care and healing in the house from a medical standpoint. We also try to wrap around as many supports as possible. So anything that can come into the building as a service, we try to bring it in. So anything from foot care to mental health field workers to relationship workers that are flexible, we can offer those services in-house. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything huge. We are a 24/7, 365 model. There's always at least 2 staff on at all times that can help manage any crises or offer support to people who are struggling or just offer a sense of community. And the last piece is we really have tried to shift away from punitive measures of dealing with challenges, like the tenant advisory warnings, or looking at more punitive things like evictions, and focusing more on a restorative approach. And maybe later, if there's more time, I can circle back to an example of how I think we did that well. And the last thing is we really strive to build an intentional community. We love the clients that live there, the residents live there to feel a sense of belonging, and where their voices can be heard and their suggestions are really heard and then put into practice. So they really have ownership over their home because we work there, but they live there. Yeah, so that's all I'm going to say right now. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Alicia. Jeff, can you give us an overview?
Thanks very much. I'll try to keep this to 5 minutes. I want to thank you for being here. And just one issue there, Candace. I'm pretty sure that you said I gave her shorts today, but I got an email. Anyways, you heard a little bit about Dan Haley. Dan's the guy behind all of this. Haley House, we're a 10-bed facility. We're a CRF, a community residential facility, on contract with CSC, Correctional Service Canada. Dan originally opened up a transition house, which took guys coming out of the system that were born expiring, so they answered to nobody, and they were coming out again, nowhere to live. A lot of them were high risk, and the last thing you want is a high risk, especially a high risk sex offender on the street with no place to live, because that risk goes through the roof. So Dan identified that need as a volunteer going into work with institution AA. So anyways, he put himself through, as an adult, through Fleming College for social work. And Dan identified that need for that house, that transition house. Dan was 12, it would never work. And if you ever want anything done, you tell Dan Haley that it can be done. So he opened up that house and it was doing quite well. And then CSC approached Dan and said, hey, do you have a couple extra beds? We have a shortage of beds for guys on day pool. So Dan said, sure. And then, of course, kept going into the institutions and he identified another need, and that's for the guys that were dying inside. Dan identified a need for the palliative guys to come out into the community to die with dignity. And so Dan did his research, and there is a clause in the Corrections Act that allows for that. So Dan would go to the institutions and say, you know, I've been talking to this guy for 2 years, and he's ready to die. I want him out. And the institutional parole officers would go, how? And Dan would explain it to them and go, oh. So anyways, Dan got some guys out to die. And he had one guy come out that was supposed to live 3 months. It lasted over 3 years. And all of a sudden the parole board went, oh, yeah, he was out too long. So now we're having trouble getting them out unless they're dying enough. But anyway, so Dan then identified a need for guys that are inside with health and mobility issues that can't go to other halfway houses. So here are guys that were eligible for parole. They were granted parole by the parole board, but didn't have anywhere to go. So they had to stay inside. How this hasn't been fought in the court system, I don't know yet. So we opened up Haley House. So we take guys that can't go to any other halfway house because of their mobility, health issues, or their palliative. We're 10 beds, and right now we're only one of 3 halfway houses, federal halfway houses in Ontario that are wheelchair accessible. We're not in this day and age, and we're only one of 2 with an elevator. CSC has admitted they've got a problem. It's just like society. We don't have enough long-term care beds, and they don't have anywhere to put these guys. So we're playing catch up. We couldn't do it without our community partners. We have a doctor, Dr. Hardy Friesen, who's currently right now in Uganda, but he takes on the guys blindly. As soon as a guy comes out, I fax Hardy. He says, "Yep, here's his appointment. Have him bring his meds." And we couldn't do it with them without Hardy, without the win. Part of our job is to help these guys reintegrate back into society. With the odd exception, except for the odd exception where they have fairly good health at home to go to, we're helping these guys reintegrate back into society by going to the hospital, long-term care, or the grave. Those are pretty much the 3 choices. Our biggest hurdle has been long-term care because nobody wants to keep these dangerous guys that are in walkers, wheelchairs, power chairs, dementia, you name it. We've broken that barrier now, and the floodgates are just about to open up. We just placed our first guy, and we've got 3 more now on waiting list. So that's what we do.
That's great, thanks very much. Looks like a pretty nice piece of land too. All right, so I want to start with talking about some of the key challenges that were identified in the Promising Practices report. So let's focus on 3. First, on housing stock. There was a challenge across nearly all of the case studies and housing models with respect to housing stock. Even with rent supplements and funding available, finding units is difficult. How can more housing stock be acquired? Alicia, do you want to start?
So first, I just wanted to mention that John Howard of Ottawa Reality, the trend that I've seen within this, or my agency, is they've purchased and built properties in tandem with PBC or builder. So mine was the first enhanced supportive program to go up in 2015, followed by Crothers in 2018, and in around 2022, our main office is being ported to Carling Avenue, and there's going to be 25 or 26 supportive housing units available there. I know that's not a realistic way forward for every agency. So I feel that's not a realistic option. I've seen a lot of success in Ottawa with housing response teams, with housing locators, with housing-based case managers, who all work really tirelessly to entice private landlords with guarantees of ongoing supports, lightening their load and their challenges as a landlord themselves, and often with an access to damage fund. If you don't have a damage fund, you're going to incur a lot of trouble going back to that same landlord over and over again, because damages will undoubtedly happen for sure. So that's what I would say about that piece.
Great job.
We were very fortunate. The original transition house was a donation. So once the equity built up that a bit, we were able to purchase another house where it was unsupervised. So 4 guys, and currently now 3 in there, are independently living. We keep 1 bed open in case we have somebody coming from Haley House who's able to move out independently, but isn't able to find a home. We at least have a bed for them. Because what happens is the day that somebody hits more expiry, so their sentence is done, CSC says we stop paying for them. So they're out the door. So we always have that 1 bed available. The one thing about Haley House is we know when somebody's going to be homeless. We're lucky that way, right? We know when their freedom date is. So we have months, sometimes years to prepare. So between the original transition house being a donation, then the second house that we were able to purchase without the equity built up in that, we were lucky we were able to draw from those 2 to start Haley House. We're also a United Way agency, so we get some funding from that. Currently, right now, we're tossing around the idea of eventually looking at a home for women parolees coming out on day parole that are mothers, and we would have rooms available where they can spend weekends or whatnot with their children. So we'll see how that goes. Again, it's money, right? could do it tomorrow if we had the money.
Do you have the physical property?
If we had the money. We actually, it was interesting, we had a house next to us that went up for sale, and it sat empty for quite a while. And they had one offer on it, and the city turned it down for the zoning because they wanted to turn it into a daycare. Thank God. So that fell through. So a young couple bought it as a rental property. So we approached them. So they bought it last May for just shy of $600,000. We wanted to make it a satellite for our house right next door. Guys could still, use Haley House. And they were willing to sell it to us in November. So roughly, 6 months later for $900,000. We said, no.
Jeff, I wonder if we can lean a little bit on your long-term care experience, because I think probably the stigma that exists with those long-term care facilities is probably pretty similar, or at least there's a corollary with what a lot of landlords, the stigma that we've got with a lot of landlords. So I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how you push the dial on that.
Yeah, so basically, it's been a group effort. There was always a bit of pushback from long-term care. And it's not always from the management, but the fact that they have to go, if somebody comes into their home, they know that they have a violent past. I guess they're obligated to at least inform the relatives, the family of the other people in that room. So there was some pushback there. 2 years ago this month, we were part of a symposium at Trent University on community reintegration of aging offenders. And there were quite a few people there from local long-term care homes. It was quite interesting because you could hear them talking, oh, I wouldn't want them at my, oh, they're not coming to our facility. So at the end of the day, there was a panel discussion. One of the panelists was my former boss, Inspector Larry Charmley from the Police Service. And Larry, his opening remark was, I understand that, there's long-term care people here. You're afraid of these people because they're dangerous. He said, I ran some stats before I came here. He said, we had 0 calls for service for violence at Haley House last year. He said, for local long-term care facilities, we got 126. He said, if you're worried about violent people, you've already got them. So, I mean, it's not the person in a long-term care home that's always violent, it's the disease. So anybody with dementia can be violent. And I always say, if these guys were violent, we wouldn't have them at Haley House. We just wouldn't, because of our #1 goal is safe community. We also get the argument all the time, well, I mean, who wants to deal with these criminals? You hear people saying, probably maybe somebody here thinks they should be locked up and the keys thrown away. Okay, I thought that too up until 2002. I was a cop, that was my job. Okay? How dare you work with these guys? Well, you show me in the laws of this country where that happens. It doesn't. And if you want that to happen, don't take it out on these guys. You go see your MPP, good luck getting that change. The other thing is you got to look at it from a financial point of view. The guys at Haley House are costing us as taxpayers about 42% of what it costs to keep them inside. That's no brainer to me. And then we get the people that say, hey, you know what? Let's send them back. They've been out, send them back. Okay, we can do that and I'll help you set it up. Then we go back for any amount of time, they have to commit a pretty good crime. So I'll get him available. You bring in the person from your family that you want to be the victim, and we'll send them back. Usually shuts them off.
That's what it takes sometimes. We really got it.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. All right, so secondly, we want to talk about growing wait lists. We know that housing stability is a key element of supportive housing, but the lack of other affordable housing options means that tenants who could transition to less intensive supports and wish to move elsewhere have nowhere to go. This lack of movement results in a bottleneck issue with wait lists growing faster than available units. What are some innovative ways to relieve waitlist bottlenecks?
Yeah, I have 2 pieces to say around that. The City of Ottawa has done a new initiative, and they've centralized the way referrals are done for all the supportive housing across the city. So there's one referral form. All the HBCMs, ICMs, ACT workers, shelter workers, etc., fill out this one referral form that goes off to the city of Ottawa, and based on the information on that referral form, it will go to the appropriate supportive housing options, and that's to avoid having somebody land in a place where they're going to be underserved or overserved. So that's trying to create a little bit more flow that way. And the other piece is what we've seen with our program specifically, and I know others fall into the similar category, is if to work with existing housing partners. Because a lot of the time they have someone who's not a great fit, we have someone that can graduate out, they have someone causing a bunch of challenges, and we can either do a trade or graduate someone else and then take someone who's more hired after that. And again, that creates a little bit more flow. So just tapping into existing partners, we work with Salas, for instance, a lot of the time. They see some more independent people versus my more intensive program. We've done a few trades, we've moved people on, things like that can work out really well as well.
Alicia, is there anything that holds providers back from being able to talk to each other sort of proactively? And is that good enough, or should there be more of a policy or government directed approach to that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think a lot of the time, the only risk in sharing information is about confidentiality. So if you're getting client consent and they know that you're working to better their housing circumstance, normally they can give you verbal consent, sign a document, and then that already takes down those barriers and you're able to share information. But overall, there's no real standardization about how people are doing intakes across agencies. So that's something I think that the Alliance is working on, because they believe that's a gettable thing to really create some centralized ideas about how people are doing intakes. One, it's more trauma-informed, people don't have to repeat their stories over and over and over again to multiple different resources, multiple different strangers, but also it makes people share information, and that way you can access services, support, and housing much faster.
Thank you. Jeff, do you have any sort of innovative solutions around relieving bottlenecks to share?
The two bottlenecks, I guess, that we deal with are one is the guys coming out and finding a space for them. And that has to do with CSC funding more CRFs. And again, I talked about those cost savings to CSC, to us as taxpayers, if the guys were in the community, the people were in the community. But it's not a popular sell, right? Let's face it. CSC doesn't want to front load that money to save in the end. And they certainly don't want the public to know that they're spending X millions of dollars, to let guys out of prison. So, and here's another example of cost. Quite often we get guys coming to Haley House that don't have their health cards. They're expired. So CSC is willing, I'm going to use Kingston General as an example, they're willing to send 2 or 3 guards to take one of the inmates to Kingston General for a health issue, and they're willing to pay the bill. So you're looking at minimum $1,000 a night for somebody to stay in the hospital minimum. And they're willing to pay that money, but they're not willing to pay 2 guards, 3 guards to take a guy down to Service Ontario just before he's released to get his health card.
All right, so let's move on to talking about system gaps. The Promising Practices Report identified that navigating complicated funding streams are a great challenge for service providers. Many of the supportive housing organizations that were in the case studies in the report were navigating through a patchwork of multiple and complicated funding streams. From your work, are there examples of how system coordination has been improved? What could funders do more of to make it easier for providers?
Yeah, it was funny when I met Jeff, I was going to defer this question to him. His reality and my reality are pretty similar. I really feel fortunate after being lots of providers that the City of Ottawa is really our solo funder. So the simplicity that we have as a program because of that is pretty palpable and pretty big. I did talk about the city standardization across the center already, and that's something definitely in the works. I think that will probably help. But my thoughts on this are just that it takes a lot of resourcefulness and creativity by both the workers and the clients to navigate these things. And I've seen them somehow succeed through all these silos time and time again. I don't have all the answers about how to break down these barriers, but I guess more centralized services and more centralization across the board is really what's needed, in my opinion.
Thanks, Alicia. Jeff?
again, we're very fortunate. We have our contract with CSC. That's a per diem based contract, and so we're not out there anymore now that as a transition house, Dan had to go out there on the pavement and get donations and to keep things going. Now with CSC, we're pretty secure. As long as there's going to be people in prison, we're going to be open. But again, yeah, getting back to one of the getting guys out to navigate the guys that are going to end up in apartments. If there's one place they can go to when they get out to get their health card, to get their ODSPs, actually no, old age started up, and then go over the next wicket to look for housing or look for a job, that would be just grand. One thing about funding for the guys, this is interesting, when they come out and they're in a halfway house and it's being paid for by CSC, they are not able to reactivate their ODSP or Ontario Works. So they have zero money coming in for their day-to-day stuff. So we try to help them out as much as possible, but that's just an interesting tidbit. But the guy in the next room who's collecting CPP in old age, he's getting this 1,300 or whatever a month.
Thank you. And then finally, the final question for the panel is around access. Based on your knowledge and experience, can you identify top priorities that the housing, mental health and addiction, and justice sectors need to address to improve access to housing for justice-involved clients? Jeff, maybe I'll start with you this time.
I think for our clients or for anybody that's inside the federal system, there's a lack of anybody helping prepare for release. It's not uncommon for guys, especially sex offenders, to go warrant expiry, so they stay in prison right until the last day of their sentence. And they're literally shoved out the door and said, there you go. There's no propaganda. Where do I go? So you're talking somebody that could have been in there 20 years. So again, how does it work? How does a bank machine work? Where do I go to get my ODSP or my ODSP or Ontario Works or CPP started up again? My driver's license is expired. There's zero plan for that. So what's going to happen to that high risk, or it doesn't even have to be a sex offender, somebody that's been looked after for 20 years, 15 years, is now all of a sudden scared. And to them, that's more punishing than being inside, having to scramble for that. So what are they going to do? And over my career, I dealt with two guys that literally, they were released on parole in the afternoon, and they went within 2-3 hours, pulled a robbery, and stood outside and waited for us. Went to court. One guy got 4 years the next day. Another guy got 6 years because they couldn't handle it on the outside. There wasn't enough support. They weren't prepared. So they need to do that preparation. You know, help them find a place to live. Get them their driver's license, their health card. Get them the paperwork. A lot of the stuff can be done online. What's it take, right? CSC could probably have volunteers do it.
Thank you. Alicia, what are your top priorities for improving access to housing for justice-involved clients?
Okay, so the three that I tried to establish, I tried to focus on one from a program level, city level, and provincial level. So for our program level, we had a lot of success with our diversion protocol that we put in place here when we opened. And this was something like an elevated or aggressive client or a client experiencing a minor medical emergency. Instead of having EMS take them to hospital where they've had a bunch of unpleasant experiences over time, or police take them either into custody or have to incur some unnecessary charges, we had partnerships with Shepherds of Good Hope and EMS, and both police would divert them to the TDSP program where they could either have medication, be monitored, or also have medication, de-escalate, calm down, and then return to housing without having increases in emergency room visits or increases in custody. That was very successful. And when we first opened, it was a new community, it was rock and rolling, and there was a lot of behaviors and challenges at first. So we're using this protocol an awful lot, and now almost 5 years in, it's hardly ever relied on, but it's still an option to avoid those that are having used which are more negative. So if you can implement something similar, it has been really, really beneficial, mostly for the client, which is the goal. On a city level, it has to do with length of stay. Specifically, they can stay in shelter. So I don't know if everyone knows this, but if you're staying in OCDC or in a provincial institution or a federal institution, your time incarcerated doesn't count as time as being homeless. so you're not accumulating those length of stay days in shelter, and that will limit how you can qualify for all of the supported housing options in Ottawa. So really it's about advocating with the city and having them count that time as time, which is the truth, without a fixed address, so you can qualify more easily for these supported housing options. And third is on a provincial level. I'm sure you guys have heard this so many times before, but with financial assistance, in our case, ODSP, and advocating with these case managers at ODSP about extending time in housing, so people don't lose their housing. So for us, if someone's incarcerated for a small charge, we'll hold units for 3 months, sometimes more. There's transparency about how long we'll be incarcerated, so people don't return to shelter as much as possible. And if it can be avoided with further monies, then like we'll incur some charges ourselves too, as long as we keep it. So that's those are the 3 pieces that I wanted to go over.
Thank you very much. Absolutely, Jen.
One of the things that we also have to worry about when we do have somebody transitioning from Haley House into the community, perhaps into their own apartment or room, we have to look at the needs of that person. Recently, we had one chap with some mental health issues, which really were strong in the evening. So we had to make sure that he went, because for some reason it was Family Feud set him up. And as soon as he watched Family Feud, he was yelling at the TV, and that went on for the rest of the night. I don't know what it was, but anyways.
A lot of us could relate.
So we had to ensure that Don went to a spot where that behavior wasn't going to upset the neighbors and end up in confrontation, because once again, then somebody else is going back into custody and we have another job, somebody's gets hurt. Don was warning expiring, so he was done a sentence. CSC said we're not paying for him. At that point, we didn't have anybody knocking at our door to get in, so we ended up keeping Don 2 months rent-free until we could find an appropriate place for him. Otherwise, he'd be back in the system, and here we go again, right? So sometimes you do have to suck up some costs just to, that's prevention.
Thank you. So we've got just under 10 minutes to get to some questions. So maybe what we'll do, because we've just got the one mic, if it's okay, I'll listen to the question and then I'll speak it. Oh, yeah, does that work? Okay, great. Who's got a question? Okay, over here.
I just wanted to ask damages. She did touch briefly on damages, and it's something that I have heard some claims that possibly large stories that in Ottawa that have quite a lot of damage for their initial use.
So some wild stories in Ottawa about damages in initial years, and curious to get some insight from Alicia on that.
Yes, it's also a big learning, and like it was a pilot. When we first opened, I don't think we could have ever imagined how many damages or how many struggles we've had along those lines. So like, we had instances where units became, you know, pretty outrageous, and to turn them over cost upwards of $10,000. And that was a shock at first. So if you're thinking about doing a program or you're going to be doing units, to advocate as much as you can to have room for a damage slush fund, because you are going to need it, and if you don't have it, it's going to totally throw off your budget. So I would do everything you can to make sure you have some funds available. And then prevention is also key. So getting in and doing things like home environment indexes and giving notice so you can get on top of the program, the problems right before it gets really out of hand. Prevention is another. You're going to really appreciate putting in the work ahead of time until the problem is so huge and so expensive.
Yes.
The problem about noise issues. This is a big problem, and not just for you guys, but it's a problem with Toronto housing. It's a problem with other buildings across the city. The problem, it could be very simply rectified if, from going forward from today, if all buildings were mandated and if the building code got changed so that every unit had to be soundproof for every other unit. This would stop so much noise complaints. It would stop health problems. Some of these people that are getting triggered and go off, it's because they're not getting sleep for a week. I have a big problem. Sometimes I get 2 minutes of sleep a week, that's it. And that really trips me off. I did upset. So I think we need everybody in this group to start advocating to the city to change the building code so that this doesn't go on. Because this is not just for people, this also affects people that are trying to work. I mean, you can't go to sleep. Your work suffers, your health suffers because of it, and then down the road it's going to cause more costs in the health system. So I don't know why this has not been done yet. This has been going on for what, 50 years or more, that this problems that people have been having?
Yeah. So the comment in the room is that noise problems are a real concern for clients, and a call to action around advocacy for a new building code standard around increasing noise controls and highlighting the various quality of life as well as health issues related to serious noise concerns. Alicia?
Hi, I want to start by saying I totally agree with you. We've encountered similar issues, and the trouble is once the building's already built, and if it didn't have those precautionary measures built in, like more padded wall space between units, then there are a lot of issues with noise. And we've had a lot of conflict between residents because somebody likes to loudly self-talk or someone likes their music really loud, and that leads to a lot of conflict in the community. And we've gone back with particular serious issues of conflict and built in some more cushioning. But again, prevention is better than having to address those issues after the fact, and it's always more expensive if you have to go in piecemeal and fix those things afterwards. So I do agree that something around soundproofing, if you're building a new build specifically, would be beneficial for everyone in that kind of a community. In every community, yeah.
Jeff, do you have anything to add on that?
I wish when they built the house back in 2015, they had it done it between rooms and hands, because you get a bunch of older guys that come out of an institutional setting and everything's clockwork, and somebody's up too late with the TV going. Who's dealing with it the next morning?
I noticed the same thing when I the first time I went to jail in Minnesota, and I noticed that there was so many old guys that did exactly what you said. Come the fall, they'll break your crime so that they're in for the winter. That's every year they do the same thing, and they talk about it openly.
I think we've got time for one more question. If anyone, yeah.
So I just wanted to address one of the things that was said around funding and the difficulties when more than one administrative page. So I'm just wondering if you might have any suggestions, because this is a huge problem here at John Howard, Toronto, for example. We receive and never have received an administrative help fund. And so, sometimes there's availability of funds for bricks and mortar, and sometimes there's availability of operational dollars, but never the two shall meet. And so, you talk about a slush fund. Yes, I mean, through multiple good program, we underestimated some of those costs. We do have a sport housing program now that does have significant rent subsidies. It is through holding head leases, which is very high risk for your institution. As you know, when you're vacant, we don't get paid. So despite that risk, we have our toe in the water. This is not the way that we want to do it. And so we make both formal and informal attempts to get a variety of players in the same room at the same time. And even after all is said and done, it seems that folks who are already receiving or connected to LIN or other health funding are the ones that end up with funding, which is great, except that some of those organizations would also have very challenging exclusionary criteria. And many of the folks we work with will never get it 10 feet within those spaces.
Okay, so I'm going to try to summarize the question. For those of you on the phone, which reflected back on comments that have been made earlier around how hard it is to move files forward when you're working across ministries or across government. The question came from John Howard Society, talking about how it receives funding through a non-health ministry. And that it's there's a different funding for capital than there is for operating, that they don't always meet in the middle, or one doesn't meet the other's needs, and that often when new funding is coming out under health, that they look to LIN or organizations that are already funded by the LIN rather than new partners. I've certainly got comments on this, but I want to defer to either of you if you want to take a crack at it first.
Yeah, it's really not my area of expertise because I don't deal with multiple funders. You'd have to excuse my ignorance. I don't know about the
You're not ignorant, you're so lucky.
No, I am. I am lucky and I'm very aware of it. And my ignorance around the city of Toronto, are we doing any housing first initiatives where there's city money being? And is that being competed for or how it is? Okay. Yeah, it's tricky. It's very tricky. I wish I had more answers and more expertise to go to share, but that's not my area.
And I think in the city of Toronto, there's probably just so many more individual providers. There's some mergers that are happening, some integrations that are happening, but there's just a lot more organizations.
One thing I don't understand is why is ODSP different in every area of Ontario when it's Ontario Disability Service Program?
Okay, so let us get back to this, and then if we have time, we'll get back to that. I am not an ODSP expert though, so there might be a better person in the room to speak to this. Jeff, did you have anything to add in this?
It's kind of, I chuckle at trying to get CSC to work with a provincial ministry. So you're talking federal and provincial. It just, yeah, it's frustrating sometimes.
So I think there's like a whole consulting business to be had. There are probably a lot of us in the room can make a lot of money on figuring out how to map out all of the government funding streams and operating streams across ministries. And not to be too glib, because I think it's a real problem that's impacting on clients. I think my best piece of advice right now is participate in Ontario Health Teams, because that is this new vehicle for figuring out who's getting funding and who's participating in funding. And a lot of the Ontario Health Teams are, there's collaborative governance for sure happening depending on where the team is, but a lot of the funding and sort of oomph behind it is happening by the hospital. And so getting in with the Ontario Health Team partners to be able to explain how you can contribute and how little it will cost for you to contribute to the targets that the local Ontario Health Teams are committing to government to do. I think that there could be a new opportunity for supportive housing, and particularly those agencies who haven't had direct funding agreements with the LIMS or the ministry in the past. With that, I'm going to wrap it up, which means I'm going to avoid your ODSP question, but I'm hoping that someone else can take it at a later point in the day. Alicia Baudouin, Jeff Morgan, I want to say thank you so much for participating in the panel, and thanks everyone.
Thank you, Adrian, Alicia, and Jeff, for your wonderful discussion. I'm particularly impressed that a former police officer works in this field. There's hope for all of you. Well, most of you, let's be clear. We very much appreciate you sharing your experiences with us. I'd like to now call upon our next presenters, Miriam Johnston and Mary Manella, to join us up at the front. Both Miriam and Mary join us from the Ontario Ministry of Health's Mental Health and Addictions Programs branch. Miriam is the manager of the Supportive Housing and Community Services Unit and leads a team that oversees supportive housing programs for those with serious mental health and addictions issues, those with HIV/AIDS, at-risk frail seniors, those with physical challenges, acquired brain injuries, and justice-involved individuals with mental health and addictions issues. Mary is the manager of the Forensic and Justice Unit, where she is responsible for oversight of health and justice initiatives, including mobile crisis teams and safe bed services, mental health and justice supportive housing, and post-court transition services. She also oversees specialized child and youth mental health programs, including secure treatment, Indigenous youth life promotion initiatives, and telemental health service. Miriam and Mary will be sharing with us some insights into their work in the ministry, and I know that Amy will be helping out with this as well. Please join me in helping welcome them. Thank you.
going well so far. Hopefully you've had an interesting day, and sorry we haven't been able to join you until now, but I agree that is a very interesting forum that you've got going today.
Great. So thank you for having us here to talk about supportive housing. I think you'll probably the folks on this side have a bit of a, maybe we should stand all of our people's folks on this side won't be able to see us. So Miriam and I are going to go over, Miriam is going to provide kind of an overview of supporting housing, the support of the broader supportive housing program. I'm going to focus on the mental health and justice piece. And I am going to ask Amy then to come up at the end to talk a bit more about some of the supports, just because I have been the manager of this unit since the fall, so I'm still kind of speeding up here. I was just saying, this is, I think, my first presentation that isn't focused on child and youth mental health, so I may talk about kids at some point, because it's just force of habit. Plus I have some kids who are constantly calling me with things that they think are urgent. But yeah, so we're going to do that. So in terms of the structure of the presentation, Miriam will provide an overview of supportive housing writ large, and then I'll talk a little bit about the different types of housing that we have for justice-involved individuals, service pathways, who the clients are that we serve, and then I'll ask Amy to come and talk about some of the supports and considerations, and hopefully at the end we'll have time for some questions before you can break out and have your own discussions.
Did we change the slide? Okay, so as mentioned, my name is Miriam Johnson, and I'm the manager of the Supportive Housing Community Services Unit. The Ministry of Health has been in the supportive housing business for about 20 years, and it started by the transition of some supportive housing programs and services that were transitioned from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing over to the Ministry back in 1999. Since then, the Ministry of Health has been investing in supportive housing, so that as of today, we have approximately 16,000 supportive housing units that we fund within the Ministry of Health. The majority, about 80% of our supportive housing, is targeted to those with mental health and addictions. However, we do fund some supportive housing that is targeted to those who have physical disabilities, those who have acquired brain injuries, those with HLEAs, as well as those at-risk seniors. So the ministry has been involved, as I said, in supportive housing. We have some very old legacy programs too. One of them is called Home Special Care, which is a 56-year-old housing program, probably one of the first, I think, the ministry has funded, and it's overseen and administered through the Home Special Care Act. We have been in the process of modernizing that program. We have modernized that program. Phase 1 has actually been implemented in southwestern Ontario, and we've modernized about a quarter of that program in southwestern Ontario. In this past year, 2019-20, we have also invested approximately $25 million in supportive housing to maintain the current level of supportive housing that we've got. So we know that it's becoming increasingly challenging throughout the province to actually obtain housing because of the high rent, the lack of affordable housing. So what we've done is we've increased the funding for the rent supplement for our supportive housing programs that are delivered through rent supplements. We've also invested in 550 new supportive housing units for those with mental health and addictions, and we've invested in, for the first time, 400 new supportive housing units for those with mental health and addictions who are also involved in the justice system. So I'm going to turn it over to Mary to focus on those particular mental health and justice supportive housing units. Thanks, Mary.
So before I go and talk specifically about those new units, I thought it would be helpful to kind of go through the mental health and justice cycle and talk about some of the other housing type supports that are in place as well to support our clients. So the first zone is kind of what we call the police and court support zone. And within that we offer, through the Ministry of Health, we fund a number of services. But the ones I want to highlight here are kind of the safe beds and the post-court transitional case management supports. So I'm not sure how many of you know about the safe bed program, but it is tied to kind of mobile crisis. And these are 24/7 short-term crisis supports for people who have a mental health problem who might be in crisis. They don't need a diagnosis, and again, it is short-term, and this isn't a place to bring people who, are at risk of harm to others or themselves. It is, they're having a rough time. We don't want to actually have them escalate further into crisis, and then potentially need, more intrusive measures like hospital or jail. So it's bringing them in to support them to come down out of crisis. The other piece is the post-court transitional case management supports. And this is for people who are cycling in and out of the justice system and may have repeated police involvement. And again, it's working with them sometimes to find some transitional housing until we can develop some kind of longer term options. In zone 2, then we've got the this actually isn't us, it's our colleagues at the Solicitor General. So in zone 2, folks are in the custody or detention system, and they're provided supports through those systems. And then we have zone 3, which is, they've now done their time and they're released back into the community, or they may be remanded back into the community as they're going through kind of the court process. And it's finding them kind of those longer term mental health justice supports, which is where we like to spend most of our time. So I think, as you all are aware, folks that have mental health and addictions issues and are also justice involved are hard to serve. There's a number of characteristics that they have. So they have a lot of the same characteristics as other clients of supportive housing, but then they also have the extra layer of having the justice involvement, and a lot of the kids who are in the justice, I knew I was going to talk about a lot of individuals in the justice system, at some point may have been in the child welfare system, they may have been in the youth justice systems, institutional systems, where they maybe didn't learn the skills themselves to kind of navigate and find housing for themselves, and kind of manage their funding, and they may have poor credit. And also, I think likely more than others, they may have, they may express more anger management issues and have other kind of supports that sometimes to a provider might be a little off-putting because they're not sure about how to serve them. And again, they're in and out of the court system, they're in and out of jail sometimes, so how do you keep those housing supports? So that's why in 1920, we rolled out the new, those 400 new units for justice-involved individuals. And this is specifically to deal with those who have those extra added challenges. And so in terms of our funding, it all went out to kind of providers that provide the mental health supports as well, because we wanted it to be kind of an integrated service. It isn't just about putting them in housing, they're obviously new forever. Sorry, actually, before I go on to this slide, there are also, and maybe Amy can touch on them a little bit more later because she probably has more information than I do on these. We know that our service providers, some of them that have already been delivering these services, are doing some things that are creative to serve this population, including, because there's been, as Miriam mentioned, it's hard to find affordable housing, so some of our rent supplements dollars haven't been spent, so they're using that funding to support the first, paying the first and last month's rent, in order to be able to keep housing for people who are maybe in, remanded into custody for a short period of time. There's organizations that are integrating with other services
that they have, to expand the reach of their teams and the services they support. So they've been doing some very interesting things, again, that maybe Amy can speak to a little bit more later, to actually serve this client group, even though all our rent supplement funding hasn't been spent this year. Then I wanted to talk about kind of the pathway into the justice supported housing system. So we want to catch people from the different places that they come from. So in terms of the Safe Bed program that I talked about earlier, most of the people from there are coming in through either police, the mobile crisis team, which is a partnership between police and community service providers, or a hospital after the police have brought them in under the Mental Health Act. And these, again, they're short-term crisis residential. Sometimes there's also partnerships with supportive housing providers, because potentially they, based on their needs that are identified while they're in there, they might need some longer-term housing and longer-term support, so that then they get referred into either the transitional or the longer-term supportive housing. And then we've also got the mental health courts, jails, and detention centers, which is a place where they come in from. And again, sometimes they will come in through that transitional supportive housing until we can get them out for longer-term supportive housing. So here we talked a bit about, and I referenced this before, about who we serve. So who we serve, again, in some cases is very similar to the clients who are served through other supportive housing programs. They've got mental health and or addictions issues. A diagnosis may or may not be available, but it's not required. Many of them have concurrent disorder, like they have mental health and an addiction issues. They may have dual diagnosis, like a mental illness and developmental disability. They may have acquired brain injury. They may have FASD. They may have experienced trauma. So their needs are very complex. But again, added to that is the layer of involvement with the justice system. Sometimes these individuals are cycling in and out of detention and custody, and they have certain requirements that others don't have. So they have to adhere to court orders and dispositions. So they might not be eligible to go into a unit because they may have, they may not be able to live within certain, a certain distance from a park or a school. They may have other requirements. They need to show up for their court dates, and they may not have the organizational skills to make sure that they get themselves to court. And they have to make sure they keep their trial dates and meet their bail conditions. So these, again, they're different types of supports that aren't necessarily going to be offered through the Mental Health and Addictions Agency. So it requires different partners to be at the table. So now we can talk a bit more about the supports that are offered, and I'm going to ask Amy to come up and talk about that.
Okay. So I see people shaking their heads and nodding, and I was taking furious notes while I was listening to all the other speakers who have been excellent all through the day today. So again, this is the same service referral pathway that was shown just a moment before, but in this slide, I've added some of the color-coded zone-based supports, and not all of them are Ministry of Health funded. So I have captured the John Howard Society and the E-Fries and the Salvation Armies, and Amber and I can talk after this. But I think partnerships is a really important issue that we'll need to consider and discuss in terms of the supports, because like Dr. Aubry said, and like Mike mentioned, we can't rely on the mental health addiction service sector alone to provide all the supports that these individuals need. They need services from a variety of sectors, including addictions specific, mental health specific, perhaps ABI specific. And so going back to the kind of clients we serve, we know we're all serving clients who have complicated behaviors, complex needs, possibly a multitude of diagnoses, many of which they may not have because they may not have ever had a psychiatric assessment or an accurate assessment or a recent assessment. And a lot of people don't know that they have cognitive impairment or brain injury just because they've had so many traumas in their lives.
or they've had substance use issues for so long that that's the primary issue, is that behavior is problematic, or their substance use is a problem, or the mental health comes up as the primary issue, and it's not known whether there's actually a cognitive impairment issue or perhaps an issue of FASD. So it's hard to know, and we trust our housing providers, our service providers in the intake process to understand, despite whether there's a diagnosis that accompanies an individual through the intake process, that they are serving the correct people, that this is the target population who are not stable because of their housing and their mental health and addiction and or other behavioral complexities. So this slide just basically goes to show the support. So in the first zone, when it's more transitional, more crisis stabilization, we have added from the Ministry of Health side of funding things, addiction specialists to complement the clinical component of the Safe Bed program. So there are addiction specialists in every Safe Bed program that has been recently funded in Ontario in the last 2 years. Safe Bed clinicians, which includes peer support in many areas, but not all. It's not mandated, but there's a freedom of being able to hire peer support, peer specialists whenever possible and recommended, and transitional case managers on crisis teams, newly funded crisis teams, I should say. So that speaks to the short term, and then in the longer term, permanent supportive housing, and you'll notice I've grayed out the font where it says transitional. I did that because a lot of our housing providers have been very good at letting us know that in this first year of implementing the new justice supportive housing units, that maybe it would be helpful if they could use some of our permanent units as transitional, if they could convert them as transitional, because a lot of these justice involved folks may require a little bit more time to stabilize before they're ready to go into permanent housing. And so it really speaks to the need for a continuum of housing supports that meets the flexibility of the housing providers, inventory, and of the client's needs themselves. So I've added the Salvation Army, the Elizabeth Fry, and John Howard Society as partners. We really need to work with on the mental health side of things, to understand where the bail bed programs are and how our mental health support diversion and support workers can work with the bail bed verification programs. We do have some mental health court support workers who are designated as bail bed connections to the mental health and addictions sector. We also have mental health court support and diversion workers who work with embedded Crown attorneys in 2 locations in the province, which is Toronto and Ottawa. And they help to identify the individuals who might be better served through mental health and addictions services sector as opposed to being detained or charged. I would be remiss if I didn't mention our post-court TCMs, which is a transitional case manager. That's a new investment for 1920. So these are as Mary mentioned, the post-court transitional case manager. It's very similar to a traditional mental health court support worker. However, it's more rapid engagement into mental health supports and services for people who have been known to the mental health court support worker as cycling through the court system and need access to housing. But for the fact that they need access to housing, would keep cycling through the justice system. So these particular transitional case managers have access to a couple units of housing for justice involved individuals. So that's something new that the Ministry of Health has piloted in 1920. And then of course we do have release from custody workers who work with our provincial solicitor general colleagues to work with the few discharge planners that were mentioned in the province, but also with the social workers in our provincial correctional facilities and other like the John Howards and the Elizabeth Fry's and the Salvation Armies to help prepare and plan for a person's release. It's a lot more difficult if they're remand clients as opposed to sentenced clients, but the things we find out across the province in our community of practice is that there's a lot of innovation happening whenever there are issues of being able to enter into a correctional facility, because nobody wants to duplicate jobs. That
either addictions workers or discharge planners or social workers are doing in the correctional facilities. So some of the considerations that I thought we might want to talk about, we all know that there's a need for increased capacity in the mental health and addiction service system. My question is to you, do we need more generalists in mental health and addictions, or do we really need the specialized cross-trained individuals who can speak to issues of cognitive impairment and acquired brain injury, traumatic brain injury, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder? Do we need more behavioral support workers? I was thinking about the ability and our need that, because I come from a portfolio where I used to oversee the Ontario ACT teams, the Institute of Community Treatment teams, and I was thinking about how the ACT teams in Ontario their model is intended to adapt the frequency and volume and intensity of services and supports to the needs of clients. Do we need to be able to do that with our clients in supportive housing? And how do we do that? Do we need to specialize our housing structures physically? Do we need dedicated buildings? Does it make more sense to have scattered units or on-site support? Mary mentioned that I might have an example of some innovations across the province, and I was thinking of CODA here in Toronto that has funded ACT teams through their organization, and they've combined their ACT teams with Housing First to create an assertive Housing First model in two of their supportive housing units. So now they have wraparound intensive case management, Housing First collaboration as a program model, which is really exciting. And I do believe we need enhanced partnerships between our community justice providers, our provincial justice services, and all the other community support services, because as Dr. Aubry mentioned, we can't expect the mental health and addiction service sector to manage all of this alone. Okay, I think I made it under time.
Yeah, I think we have tons of questions.
Sorry, I think I'm one of the only ones in the room that works specifically with people with intellectual disabilities. And so, when you ask about the ACT and stuff like that, I think one of the things to think about is criteria. We have a lot of people we support that are in and out of justice who don't qualify for an ACT team but could really benefit from an ACT team or any of those other justice or mental health focused teams. So I would say absolutely the partnership for sure. I think the fact that there's not more people in the room that are supporting people with intellectual disabilities, I think is an obvious lack of engagement and that kind of thing. We know that recently, I don't know if people, Dr. Roy, like Dr. Savon Roy and the work he's doing with individuals who are in shelters and how many of them are transient and are homeless and are in and out of justice and have an intellectual disability. The percentages are quite astounding. So it's just, I think sometimes those of us that are in the room that don't have other partners in the room are often kind of standing up saying, hey, you know, this is a whole other group of people that, and I see lots of champions with us in the room. How are you? So I think it's a whole piece of the population who aren't represented and who often are the highest users of service and the most expensive users of service and that kind of thing. So,
I need to
just an FYI. You and I spoke at the HSJCC conference.
Yes, we did.
So we will
should I recap that question for people?
Oh, sorry, it wasn't really a question.
So the question was the question was about intellectual disability, and I'm sorry that I didn't mention dual diagnosis. We do have some program dollars from the Ministry of Health that have gone to invest through the justice side of things for mental health court support and diversion workers who are specialized and designated as full diagnosis court support workers. And I think that's something that we're going to be discussing more in the community of practice to try and see how we can facilitate training, cross-training. So this is my question going back to the considerations. Do we need more cross-trained people? Yes, we do.
Yeah, I want to get into that community of practice. We also have dual diagnosis and justice case managers within MCCSS through I'm with the Community Network of Specialized Care. We also have a partnership with John Howard in Ottawa for our justice treatment home. So there's lots of things happening that is
So there are, the comment was that there are justice, dual diagnosis justice case managers in the system that work with the community networks of specialized care, and we just need more partnerships between our service sectors.
What about people with triple or quadruple diagnoses? I mean, I have 16 different health issues.
Well, and so this,
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
this,
And then I got all these other things going. I got trans and it goes on and on.
So, yeah, Dr. Tim Aubry made a comment that I was furiously writing notes about that. When he was talking about the client's choice, like what were the ideal features of mental health intervention, one of the top bullets that he had in his slide presentation was reflects client goals. Like the mental health intervention reflects client goals. And the comment in the room was that, you know, what about people who have multiple diagnoses? And the fact remains that people have multiple diagnoses are still people first. And regardless of whatever complex, complicated behaviors, diagnoses, issues, and needs you have, you still have your own goals as a human being. And that's what I took from Dr. Aubry's presentation, was that regardless of how much specialization we might need in the mental health and addiction service system for housing, complicated folks who are justice involved, we still need to have a more client-centered, and we've been saying this for 30 years, client-centered that meets the needs of people who require supportive housing. And so whether that means relationship building to address the social isolation, whether that means getting volunteer work or paid work, it's about meeting the human needs and then discussing, okay, well, what are the barriers that are causing these needs to go unaddressed that might have to do with the diagnoses. So I'm not sure where they fit in terms of primary, secondary, but I think that that was a take-home point for me from Dr. Aubry's presentation.
Well, one of the biggest things is accessing care. You know, it's accessing supportive services. Like I don't fall into the supportive housing thing, but I really need it. You know what I mean? I need help with lobbying. I need help with housing. You know what I mean? You know, you know, 13 years ago I was homeless. I got housing through Quota. And I got the housing allowance program, $500 a month for the first 5 years, and then I dropped to $250. But then other things happened. I had a nosy neighbor blow out. I took the landlord report twice. That was in market value rent. So I had to really pound on trying to hustle to get accepted so I could move because I couldn't afford to do it. And you know, I asked questions like, is there a problem with noise in this building? Before I signed the lease, they said, oh no. So they just lied to you. You know what I mean? So you sign the lease. You know what I mean? And then you get in there, you know, sure, during the daytime, there's no noise when they show you the unit. But come nighttime, when it goes dark and the staff is gone home, boom, it's free for all.
So one of the things, so the question in the room was, or the point in the room was about accessing supportive housing. And, you know, we've been very lucky with a lot of our health service providers who do the supportive housing programming. Some of them provide on-site supports, which is a very appealing element to landlords if they don't own their own buildings, which many of them don't. So we have more rent supplements than we do have, about half and half, I'm told. So half of our health service providers who do supportive housing have their own buildings, and half of them do not provide the rent supplements. And so having on-site support might be a more attractive element for landlords to be able to accept clients who might present more of a challenge for them. And being, like Mary mentioned at the beginning, being able to use their rent supplement dollars a little bit creatively sometimes to maybe put down a security deposit or a damage deposit or have that slush fund. We're trying to be a lot more flexible with how some of the operating dollars can be used through the justice supportive housing. And maybe we need to be more flexible in terms of understanding what the housing workers, support workers within the housing are trained in terms of understanding the needs of justice involved individuals in terms of queuing or reminders and getting to your appointments and transportation and all of those issues.
apologize, I know there's more comments to be made, but we need to wrap up. I would like to thank Miriam and Mary for joining us, and Amy as well for sharing your important work for you today at the ministry. Because I'm on the mic, I just want to make a couple of comments that I was going to make, which was to respond to the link there in the pink around the developmental disabled group and around ACT standards. I think we also need to focus on flexible ACT teams in the province that look at that criteria that are outside of the ACT mandate. The second comment I just wanted to make to Amy was around, I don't know if it's necessarily cross-training or standardization of assessment and screening for foreign diversion workers across the province. That would be helpful. And the second is around looking at the functional centers to ensure that they're being split around case management versus coordination, because those two pieces have way higher level of intensity supports. And in some areas, unfortunately, some of that work can't be done because those two positions have been integrated into one. So I get to do that because I have control of the mic. So thank you, and I apologize. We are now going to take a 15-minute break for refreshments outside of the room, and we'll see you back here shortly.
information. Now is our chance to give back as a group in a breakout discussion format. So at every table, you'll see some large pieces of paper and some markers. On your tables, you'll also see the instructions that I'm going to go through really quickly with you, just so you have background documents. But the idea here is to have some conversations around options for improving supportive housing for justice-involved individuals. So we were hoping that at your tables, you could use the paper markers provided to list your top 3 responses to each of these 6 questions. We're going to take about an hour in our groups to list our top 3 responses for each answer. So we suggest you take about 10 minutes for each question. And then at 3:35, we're going to come back together as a larger group, and I'm going to ask each group to share their responses so we can have a little bit of a conversation around our answers to all these questions. The hope is that after this forum, my colleagues and I at the Secretariat will be able to take your responses and sort of produce a document that will be publicly available that captures everything that we're discussing here today, so that we'll all have a common resource to share what we think are the best options for improving supportive housing for justice-involved individuals. Without further ado, again, please take 10 minutes for each question roughly, and we'll be back as a group at around 3:35 to discuss our top answers. Thanks very much.
Did you want me to?
Huh? I just put up the first question here, so. Yeah, I mean, it's just like one simple box here, so I'm just gonna go with yeah.
I was just gonna say,
Is there any data that should be selected?
well, there's that's really good. Although my brother was like back
I know, but it's easier to talk about the recording than actually.
No.
Ready to go on to bring it to such a great conversation, but we are on a bit of a clock. So what I'm going to do is go through the questions and ask each table to respond. So yeah, let's start with the first question. Obviously a bit of a longer question, but basically asking, what supports or best practices we can identify to eliminate criminalization of our populations and avoid further justice involvement, especially around that piece around movement in and out of the correctional system. Is there a table that would like to go first? Or should I just take it indiscriminately? Let's start over here.
All right. So the first question you can see up there, and we talked for a while about the need for transitional case management for long-term housing with supports available immediately on release. Okay, yep, and that did make our top 3, but I thought we might like to hear it anyway. Thanks, Trevor. We would like to keep people on Ontario Works and OESP while they're inside correctional facilities. We all heard about the importance of that today. So one want to make sure that happens. Bring back rent control and ensure there is a stock of rental units available. And we also discussed the need for pre-charge diversion, incentives for police to divert individuals without laying a charge in the first place, and to be cleared, separate from a community justice center.
Thank you. Just a reminder too, my colleagues and I are going to be going over your written answers with a fine-tooth comb to produce a document that we can all share amongst ourselves and with our networks, summarizing our answers here today. Would you like to share this tape?
Okay, just something to add then, in particular for the last point about how to provide more sustainable housing to those exiting the correction system, is advocating for more release planning, discharge planning to be occurring immediately, basically upon admission to custody, especially in provincial corrections. People are there for such a short period of time, starting that process only once they are sentenced, and once that sentence has a certain duration, it doesn't seem very useful in this landscape.
Well, anyone from this table like to share their answer for the first question?
I think I can summarize. So flexibility came up. So in terms of the supports, that there's stuff up and down capacity. So you can think of flexible sort of community treatment. So it's not as strict in terms of criteria, and in the higher intensity they can receive that. Flexibility in terms of low barrier criteria to actually accessing the service. Sometimes service providers have a lot of criteria that should get part of access, and having a forensic orientation, which is essentially addressing needs or criminogenic needs, which are needs that increase the risk of justice involvement. I think is how healthcare providers would focus in on health-related issues. A lot of literature suggests that it's not a diagnosis, it's not a health issue, it's other factors, criminogenic factors that apply to everybody, whether or not it's a health issue or not. So having training, being able to identify and address those.
We were similar to the table, one of the tables that talked about the importance of discharge and pre-release planning that makes sure people have their paper applications for funding or for some kind of income and ID. So we ensure they have a source of income when they're released, because if not, they're going to get into difficulties right away. That if they're in a halfway house, they should have access to some kind of income, and particularly have some PIN money, so they want to go buy a pack of smokes or go to a movie, they can do that. They need to have increased supports. We think that all Canadian correction facilities should have an FASD diagnostic service, so we can have we know that the system is loaded with people with FASD. And upon release, there should be once a month visits from some kind of a support worker that helps them manage their housing.
And that should be on the lease before people sign the lease, so that, you know, they can't get on the document, because this would stop criminal activity, this would stop human trafficking, this would stop hoarding, and this would stop bed bug and cockroach infestation.
So the solutions we came up with was one, ensure that there's sustainable, flexible funding that supports the changing needs of the client group or population. Another idea we came up with is embedded legal programs for clients. So this would essentially equip lawyers that can support the needs of persons in supportive houses or mental health needs. Put them in places where there are already access to services. There's already a pilot or a model for this at Sound Times in Toronto, which is a mental health service hub. So, you know, council can help with things such as potential evictions, summary legal advice around housing, summary legal advice around the criminal justice system. Also, another idea would be to expand the institutional duty counsel program. So there is duty counsel in some correctional institutions, but to expand the program and have the duty counsel speak to things such as housing, family law matters, criminal law matters, because a lot of that stuff continues when people are on the inside. We also suggested that there should be more flexibility with respect to ODSP and OW to maintain the funding while incarcerated so that persons can maintain their housing. And then lastly, we suggested that there ought to be safeguards in place to give some comfort to private landlords about giving tenancy to persons in need of supportive housing. So maybe perhaps provide them some kind of financial security to help it give them assurances that they won't be at a loss if they were to give tenancy to a person in need of supportive housing.
One of the things that was brought up is specific to the first line about what supports the effective minimizing or eliminating of justice involvement is to utilize a less punitive approach for consequences or what are perceived violations when people are in housing. As Mary was all pointed out, this is a human rights issue, so more rights-based advocacy in the supportive housing system. With clients with behavioral issues, they're not criminals, but they have behavioral issues are more likely to lose their house because of the behavioral issues. Cross-training case managers and education across ministries and organizations will help as well.
The second question was all about improving connectivity. I think that's been a theme for today, and asking what we think we can do to improve the connections between the criminal justice system, supportive housing, and the broader healthcare and social services delivery system. Specifically, we're looking for ideas or measures that can improve those real handoffs that happen between organizations and sectors. So let's go around the room.
We discussed the need for more interministerial mandates, which might be achieved if the ministry rolling out the RFP dictates that it's only possible with the help of these other ministries. The need to create clear and consistent pathways with roles and responsibilities for the partners involved. This would be more at the service provision level through MOUs and similar agreements. And the need for resources for smaller organizations to ensure they're able to participate at the table and even the playing field so that it's based on expertise and rapport with the clients rather than funding.
Okay, well, one element that we'll add then is another plus for the OHT, the Ontario Health Team. It's an opportunity for like a very collaborative, integrative model to be developed. And so service providers who are at those tables also to be able to advocate to bring other organizations to that table who may already work within other spheres, but this is now the chance to bring them into an area with a health focus. Should be able to promote this idea of shared clients, justice involves people who have housing needs as well, a number of the others, health, whatever those issues are. It's a great opportunity probably to have everyone at one table talking about it.
Anyone else? Frank? Okay.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Encourage sharing.
So we talked about essentially, if we do know when those who are about to be released are to be released, that we have housing available to them, that we take a more proactive response rather than reactive response when we're supporting clients in high locations. A transitional housing, rapid access to housing when the avail comes, but also making sure that resources are allocated appropriately to make sure that we can be proactive.
I should mention too that this conversation is going on simultaneously online, and we have a comment around this question from someone participating remotely.
Yeah, so we just had a couple of comments about the second question. So a few things that came up, definitely a need for discharge planning, including for those on remand, and also a bit of conversation around being able to communicate and collaborate with community partners, involving community agencies and partner agencies in that work.
Shout out to everyone online who's being very patient and engaged today.
We have one comment on this, and that is we need to recognize that service coordination within sectors and across sectors requires time and energy and skills, and it has to be funded. You can't continue to be expecting agencies who are doing more and more with less to be doing service coordination and all that.
This group, there was recognition that, in terms of ensuring that there's no gaps in terms of continuity of services, we suggest that there should be system navigators in place that can work with persons who are accused, let's say, the criminal justice context, get connected to housing supports. So it's not just a matter of, saying to somebody, go here to get this service. There'll be actually somebody there that will go with them and get them connected to whatever social supports or housing supports that they need. There should be more of an overarching system in terms of sharing information. So there seems to be a lot of siloed information, whether it's the justice sector, the healthcare sector, or the housing sector. We endorsed a focal point or a hub model, somewhat like these cases that are being adopted across the province. So that's a focal point for accessing housing services. And then also perhaps mandate that the OHTs, formerly the LINs, collaborate and coordinate with different sectors. So again, avoiding some of that siloing that's happening. And then lastly, a component would have to be more cultural competency training and trauma-informed training, bearing in mind the population that we're aiming to assist, and then the need to understand intersectionality so that we're not perpetuating any kind of issues, systemic issues or discrimination.
One of the things we pointed out was there needs to be a better understanding of what can be shared. There tends to be a fear of sharing information. People are worried that they'll get into trouble, but a lot of the time there are actually provisions in legislation and different organizations that allows for that. The OHT may provide that opportunity. Perhaps with some sort of blended system where we're better sharing information. And one of the things that was pointed out was that the police hospital transition document the HSJCC created mentioned the point so it could be used as a model of information sharing and collaboration.
Thanks, everyone. The third question touches on the important issues of stigma and discrimination faced by clients who may be involved in the criminal justice system in supportive housing. So this question asks for any means that we can address these stigmas.
We discussed the need to change the Human Rights Code to prohibit discrimination based on criminal record, having a criminal record by housing providers, and the need to enforce this legislation along with the Landlord-Tenant Act to prevent discrimination by landlords. To also address rent evictions, family members moving in, and other attempts by landlords to evict tenants. And then we discussed the need for more knowledge exchange between supportive housing providers to share their ways of dealing with these issues, but also with landlords to educate them on the need of supportive housing and hopefully educating them to move beyond their discriminatory beliefs.
But also on the education piece, we also extended that to be like not just landlords, but property management companies, but the broader public on whether this concern with records, for example, is justified in housing.
More from this table, anything to add?
We can kind of echo the same thing. Okay, I think consensus is a great thing.
This table,
I'm not sure we knew how to answer
this one, to be honest with you, so I'll just read you what we have. Offer outreach service workers to support individuals in getting them up-to-date support and to help them deal with changes in society and increase funding for more housing stock.
Yeah, I think we can agree with we talked about a lot of what the other tables have touched on in terms of there being a legislative solution. But what we could also add is that we saw their need for more legal supports in terms of clearing criminal records or expunging records. And then also we talked about more anti-oppression training for persons taking supportive housing.
Just in keeping with what AJ said, use of expertise of people with lived experience, mental health and addictions, racialized populations, and indigenous populations, as a way of educating the public, healthcare, and housing providers.
The next question asks about unique or creative funding options for this population. Any opportunities to leverage other complementary service sectors? Great question.
We looked at other funding sources, including district services boards, municipalities, the changing of zoning bylaws, for inclusive zoning, tax incentives for corporations to donate lands, and restructuring and repurposing old land.
See that.
I just spoke about there are some partnerships with FCCSS that are happening.
At our table, we talked about a couple of things, and one of the things that was mentioned was the use of what are called social impact bonds. They're basically public-private sources of with a social conscience, investment with a social conscience, and also apparently there are some social, some supportive housing that are thinking about perhaps allowing tenants to gain some equity in by the rent that they pay, that it becomes sort of a rent to own option. So that's that will then eventually reduce the overall costs. And we also talk about zoning and the inclusive zoning.
I'm not sure again with this, but we talked about looking to the Ministry of the Attorney General, since they put people in jail, maybe they could help get them out. The Ministry of the Solicitor General, we weren't sure what they did, but it sounds like it's connected to justice. And the City of Toronto, and we also have here train peers, work with unions to hire unskilled staff. Well, I think it's to hire people coming out of the justice system and to train them to do some of the jobs. And one of the examples was at ODSP.
Well, and one of the things I think it would be a good idea is that every police station, ambulance station, and fire station could have a 40-story building over it. You know, what's wrong with that? We're talking about me, man.
So one of the ideas we came up with was ramping up employment programs that address housing, looking at other federal programs and municipal programs, talking to big corporations. Bell has become a champion in mental health, so let's see them put their money where their mouth is. Maybe perhaps they can offer people supportive housing, free internet and phone services, who knows? And then we also talked about nonprofits having improved access to credits and lending. So perhaps some legislation put in place where they don't have a difficult time getting access to funding for special programs for persons in supportive housing.
I'd like Bell to give me free internet and phone. We talked about Mike, the federal government. We have a big song, for example, the large organization and refugee population, which is wonderful, but they need to be supported as well. They can take care of families who are in homeless shelters, in construction and development incentives, positive tax system of some kind.
In the interest of time, I think I'm just going to combine the last two questions here. So they are, what are the most effective policy levers we have to improve outcomes outcomes for this population. And asking specifically, maybe are there any tools or is there data sets we should be looking at specifically? And combined with this question, we need to talk about where the risks of not investigating this population and the direct impacts of not doing so.
So the biggest tool we have is peers, and collecting feedback data is extremely important along with race-based data. And the risk is why we're all here, to prevent recidivism and hospitalization.
Yeah, we talked a lot about data, and in particular, there is a lot of data out there, but being able to position it in a way that gives whoever the decision maker is or the funding body the information that they need, that fits their mandate to inform their decision to invest in housing. And as for the next part about not investing in population, we talked a lot about just increased costs of healthcare, higher mortality rates for other as well as strain on the community services, those providers as well as staff.
So data would be key. The problem is our sector lacks data or comprehensive data set that everybody is using. So it's probably things that are data where it's available. So in some communities, they may have coordinated access services so that we can quantify what's the need, but also to look at data to look at what are the outcomes, what interventions are working for whom, and if there are certain groups that the intervention isn't working for, then leverage those data to tailor services.
And some comments from online.
Yeah, we had a number of comments, ideas around what types of data could be collected. So a few things were a number of people released from custody who were denied supportive housing, who didn't have time to get supportive housing in place, or who were released from custody and didn't want housing supports. We also had a suggestion to collect data on which programs in supportive housing are most helpful for people to become successful. So things like volunteering programs, peer support groups, one-on-one case management.
Thank you. And final comments from this.
In addition to the lived experience somebody referenced, we think one of the other levers that we have is the cost benefit analysis that tells us that the social and economic cost savings for supportive housing far outweigh the cost of shelter and incarceration. And we did this question 6, we used a quote from Mike Crate, and we were struck when he said, everyday people are on a waiting list for supporting housing is a life lost.
Similar to the table that just spoke, we also talked about in terms of it being an effective policy messaging in this political environment, talking about the cost in terms of savings as compared to having persons in provincial correctional institutions, that costs about $4,300 a month at least, and compare that to some of the numbers we just saw from Dr. Kevin from Ottawa. That, we're talking about $14,000 a year as compared to $4,300 a month for the cost of having somebody with high needs in the shelter system. So doing that kind of fiscal argument, I think, would be very effective. We also talked about standardized metrics in terms of looking at wait lists and looking at persons accessing the healthcare system so that we can see the cost of the person not in support housing and how much that can cost the healthcare system. And then lastly, in terms of risks, if we do nothing, we'll continue along with the status quo. There's risks of increasing homelessness, increased need of health services, increasing needs of shelter services, and increased criminalization. I've already seen that in terms of clogged bail, persons being held on remand.
So data mining and analysis, not just research, but evaluation as well. And with regard to what happens if we don't do it, we have people that are dead and intergenerational poverty, trauma, and of course, the endless cycle analysis.
Thank you, Katie, and thank you to everyone for sharing your answers. Just going to turn it over now to Sarah and close this out.
sparkle left. It was so cute. With that, we bring close the Provincial HSJCC's Housing and Justice Forum. Many thanks to all for joining us here today. This has been such a great opportunity for us to learn from one another and think about how we want to keep going forward. We would like to thank all the Provincial HSJCC's partners, and especially the Ministry of Health, for supporting us in this work.
We strongly hope that we've done today is equipped you with more tools and knowledge to effectively provide housing for justice-involved persons. The information shared today and the action items brought forward this afternoon will be turned into a resource that will be available to the public through the HSJCC website. So please look out for that soon. Moreover, the HSJCC network and its various communication platforms, its website, webinars, social media, and newsletters will continue to be an important knowledge exchange platform for the important issues discussed today. If you're not already involved or signed up, we encourage you to do so. Thank you once again.
Yeah. Thanks for